I found my one headphone.
Well, we
The
can go
important
on
one to
pitch about cars.
it was the important one to find that had the charger. So I have reclaimed that from the cats, and the other one is somewhere.
Probably
It might be in a wall, for all I know.
With cats, I mean, how they take things and they're just gone. Like, they vanish out of this universe. They drop into the same pocket universe that, like, all your missing clothes end up in.
The pockets have a hammer space. The cats have a hammer space.
They do.
Pretty much, yeah. So
I was about to say pocket cat.
You did say pocket cat, not cat pocket.
Cat.
Close, but no cigar.
They have cat pockets.
So, hello everybody, and welcome to this week's weird fucking episode of Rough Rolling, where we're gonna start off bitching about cars because we can, I guess. You know, it's always fun.
And people we work with.
Or people's animals stealing their shit and hiding them places, or just, you know, technology being technology.
A car came to me in a dream once.
But speaking of technology, Twitch signed me out again.
Yay!
Yippee!
Yay!
It signs me out every single time I open the website.
Oof.
Yeah.
Well,
And then I have to go do the verification thing. Never mind. Just mute me.
well, I guess while you do that, Barry, why don't you go ahead and give us an idea as to what went down last time?
Alright, so Sven kicked off the session asking the party about what could be done with the long not talked about Ioun Stone that was in the party's possession, suggesting that perhaps it could be fashioned into a golem's heart to give the soul inside a body once more. Though the conversation ends relatively inconclusive. The party goes off to see Melio for Mdme Carrington, the fate-seeing Ouija board girl, and find a huge line outside their place. They tell Malia that they have the book, where which is a major part of the ritual to bring an end to the nightmare realm problems. Melia goes in and she lets the party cut the line. The party then tells Carrington about what they have and show it to her. Carrington comments that this magic is super old and shouldn't work, but nobody in the party questions or catches on to this comment. She tells the party that when the ritual is done, anything they have will go with them, which later triggers a discussion about what to bring and how to prepare. The party discussing how to locate each other once they're in the dream world, after Carrington mentions that how close they end up to each other depends on a few factors, and recommends to plan a place to meet. She warns to plan to... Wow, this is beautiful writing on my part. She warns the party about meeting the guy who I forget the name of, and a hag in the dream world.
It's okay, I also forget.
Carvasi. Oh no, Caligaro.
Caligaro.
Yeah.
Caligaro.
That's
and
right.
Carrington.
Carvasi was a while ago.
It's named Caligaro.
Too many C's.
Yeah.
I cannot brain this many C's. She says that to leave the dream world, you have to wake yourself up. And then after wishing the party good luck, everyone leaves. Fernix visits the Wizard Academy to ask questions, largely confirming what was already known, but to also ask about teaching on campus. He is pointed towards Petunia Undertaker, head mistress of the university. Fernix then goes to the mistress's home and requests an audience. We meet the daughter of the mistress, who the party met in passing back at Innsbruck. After a brief conversation, the mistress arrives and talks to Fernix about him teaching the new spell. Vic does some research into what kind of creatures the party might find in the dream world. They learn that the hag they're going to face is likely a night hag, which would have a dream stone that is the source of almost all that hag's power. Fernix talks to Oliver, who recounted how it felt to travel planes. The dark tapestry is mentioned and talked about, and is described as a place between places. We learn that the creature in Oliver's leg was from a different plane, or potentially the dream world. We don't know. We hear some theories about how the hounds in the Colosseum are from the dark tapestry. Many theories in general are shared about the nature of the dark tapestry and how it relates to Oliver. The party learns that the Dreamstone is what's causing the dream world to leak, and it's specifically that which needs to be destroyed. Also, if the ritual is performed in Bridgefront, the party should be much less scattered upon entering the dream world. They later attend an expensive party with the Duke, who shares important information about the artifact that which the party was seeking from a previous quest, an ark of sorts. They share that they believe this artifact was taken to a temple west of Bridgefront, they being the Duke, which they think is in ruins. The Duke shared that he has interest in funding an expedition to find it, and he's not really worried about a return on investment. This is more of a prestige thing for him. They learn that there are drow operating in the area around the Ark, perhaps giving legitimacy to the claim of the location. The Duke promises that a team of competent men will be sent with them on the expedition, and the session ends as the party signs a contract while they pour wine into soup. A lot happened that session.
The hag doesn't have a dreamstone, she has a heartstone.
Fuck!
Technically, the west of Bridgefront is correct, just, not the phrase I would use, I guess. West of Innsbruck.
But was the
West of
Dreamstone,
or not Innsbruck, Lunabrook.
the thing that Caligaro had, I want to say.
Yeah, Dreamstone was what Caligaro had.
Yeah.
The Heartstone with the Night Hag's Heartstone was like the source of their magical spell casting. They used something along the lines of like they suck power from their victims and put it into the Heartstone, and it kind of just like fuels them. Not necessarily to the point where like if you destroy it, it'll instantly kill them, but it will like drastically reduce their spell casting.
Yep. And lastly, you guys didn't actually sign the contract. You said you were going to talk about it and perhaps come back a few days later.
Oh, I thought we signed it.
Well,
we were like
someone started to say
signed it.
Somebody started to say they signed it, and then somebody talked over them to say that we did not sign it.
I do remember hearing that Sven signed it.
I joked that I signed it with my blood. So unclear.
Yeah, okay.
I was also going to, but I don't remember if I did say anything.
I think you did, but that
And
was
if
when
people
Vic
are
was
like,
like,
"Wait."
no, wait.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not just gonna be like, no, we can't talk about this. Yeah, it's probably worth going over something at least.
but yeah, I'm not sure if you guys actually did the soup to and wine thing. I think that was just a joke. But even if you did, I'm sure the noble family watched on in fucking horror.
Yeah, if we did that, I'm pretty sure we would have been shot.
If we did.
Rightfully so.
War crimes.
Yeah.
Two of your party do it, and the other
Maybe
two are like,
war
nope,
crime.
nope, they deserve that. Them right there, officer.
It's self-defense, honestly.
He tears up the contract.
Puts it in the soup.
So,
Tea
Now
and
that you-
biscuits.
you guys are through your dinner with the Lutendorfs. It's definitely well after dark at this point, so you are let out by the Kristoff the Younger as his father heads up the stairs, actually floating magically up. You are then let out onto the driveway, and the door closes behind you. It is a relatively cool night here at the very end of August. The floor is yours.
What an awesome night. Okay, well, thanks guys. Really glad I got that out there.
Yes. Thank you.
Sven speaks out loud. You know, I haven't seen Oliver in quite a while. How is he doing? Has anyone seen him?
From a distance.
Walking
Oh,
around.
yes. I talked with him briefly, actually. He seems to be doing much better.
Oh, is this? I should stop by. Oh, that's right. I have that girl that I have to go talk to, the bookkeeper, the new owner of that shop.
Ah, okay. Well, we probably would appreciate a visit. Seems like we might only have so long, so it'd be a good idea.
I did promise to chronicle her parents as a way to help her with her grief. It would be awful of me if I forgot to do that and just never did.
Yes. Yes, it would. So good of you to remember that.
Anyway, I suppose I'll be going to do that. I don't know if any of you wish to follow along, but if you do, it wouldn't be too unappreciated. I don't really know how to deal with. Well, I do know how to deal with young women, just not that young. If you catch my drift.
Well, I
Right.
suppose I could be around for moral support or whatnot.
I would be interested, but now that you're done with the book, I need to spend 8 hours reading it now. And yes, that is going to go deep into the night. I'm aware.
Well, I hope that you enjoy your time with the book. It was quite a riveting read. Sven,
I
looks a little
expect not to
sarcastic.
understand any of it. Did you? What did you even learn from it?
I've learned some small bits about the location it has to be performed in. It really spends a long time on just finding the right spots. It says that that's really one of the most important things.
I will say that the content of the book is written kind of as if it was by a bunch of madmen, where there is no such thing as, like, layout, there is no such thing as, like, any kind of order of operations, it's mostly just age. And a lot of times as you're going front to back, it gets newer, sure, but it repeats a lot of the same shit as, like, multiple authors come to the same conclusion using using different words. You're just lucky that these madmen at least know how to use grammar and punctuation. Mostly.
It sounds like so much fun.
All right.
Well, if you're done with it for the night, I'll take it off your hands and probably just sit in Bannerhome the whole time. If you need me, I'll be there.
Or
All right.
I think I left it in the secure storage of whatever that means.
You left it
I
in
would
his room.
Please tell me that meant the landline barrel.
Sure. It should be on top of the lead-lined barrel.
On. All right. It just goes for everyone. Do we not remember the conversation about how dangerous this
It's in
item
the
was?
barrel. It's in the barrel, Daxius.
Okay. So genuinely, Sven. Sometimes I don't know if you're joking or not. You got me there. Good. Actually, that's a good one. I'll actually reach up for like a high five.
For Sven, it's a low 5.
Yeah, especially because I'm so fucking short.
Well,
I have
at
to,
least you
I have to,
haven't been
jump.
harassed by any of those creatures while you were trying to read the book. So, I don't assume that you will either.
I hope not in a public setting like that. And then again, it was also a public setting when I got mauled at the Coliseum. So, guess we'll find out.
Yes.
Well, at least I'll be surrounded by
doesn't
other
seem-
adventurers.
Right. It didn't really seem like the arena was much of a deterrent for them, so I assume if they'd been ready to attack, they would have done so.
I will
That's
say,
fine.
a big part of the attack was that nobody could see into the swirling storm. I think perhaps that was a big factor in the plan of attack.
Right.
That, and there was some distance between us and any actual help, considering it was a giant arena. But yes, too. Wait, so if they knew, would they have had insider information about the frost giant then?
Not
Perhaps.
sure. Don't know exactly how intelligent they are, just they're not animals.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is them who is intelligent or their keeper, whoever that might be.
I'd imagine the
Mhm.
keeper. Either way, no reason speculating about tiny details like that. It could have just been an opportune moment.
Yes, we don't need to look into this. It's definitely not a big part of the plot.
Oh, totally not. Not whatsoever. Anyways, I'm gonna go read now. If you need me.
I'm gonna go talk to a girl about their dead parents now.
You don't.
Right.
Good luck with that. Try not to make her cry.
I don't think I've seen Sven make anybody cry yet.
Fair enough.
Not recently, anyway.
Sven thinks about making a sexual joke, but then thinks better of it.
Wow.
I don't think there's any sexual jokes that would be actually good to do
Yeah, that's why he
about
doesn't say
someone crying.
And also 16.
it. That's also why he doesn't say anything.
Realizes,
God.
At least it's not me going. And with that, I'll turn and I'll head towards Bannerhome.
What about you, Vic?
Well, if it was a bit earlier, I might have done some shopping, but I don't know. Probably just head back to Bannerhome and
Fair enough.
reorganize some of my things.
Yeah, by
Speaking of,
vigorously
I did-
sleep on things. Oh.
No, sorry, it just reminded me. That Mills bomb is still in the bag of holding, luckily. So,
Right.
if we have anything else that came through the portal, I suppose all that it would include is Fenrir and that bomb, at least that we have with us.
Right. There
Seems
was
that
that,
Bannerhome seems to be.
The powder as well seemed like it might have been linked with some of that, but I have no way of knowing the exact relationship of what I saw when I was near that. So, probably good to be cautious with it, I would imagine.
Yes, I would agree. Seems the Bannerhome was a good place for it. At the moment, though, if Oliver's quite alright.
Yeah. I figure we can go over things in the morning as far as the contract goes, and would be a good start to the day if we let them know one way or the other.
Yes, I think so.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'll leave you to it.
See ya.
Vic trundles away, leaving the two of you standing there. About to go talk to a
Awkwardly.
grieving 16-year-old, probably at Mdme Carrington's.
Oh yeah, she is over there. I think we'll be able to get through.
Is she at Carrington's? I guess
She's
so.
gonna go seeking shelter.
Yeah. Alright.
Alright. So, Daxius and Vic heading back to Bannerhome on their various personal tasks. The two of you walk through Luna Brook in the coming darkness. I guess pretty early darkness now, seeing it's after 9 o'clock. Making the walk through some of the nice parts of the city, Crown Heights, and then into Center City, and then across into Old Luna Brook, and then Bridgefront. As you head down Arcona Street, where Carrington's shop is at the corner of her Neuromancy, you see that there is not nearly the same crowd as there was this morning. You see a few people kind of like sitting outside. You're not certain that they're waiting to get in because there's not people like shoved into the doorway or anything like that. You're able to get inside without any resistance. You have to step over some people, kind of I don't want to say squatting on the stairs, but it's very obvious that they're most likely going to spend at least part of the night there. You get up to the landing and you see that there are people mostly lying across the floor. Very poor, most likely bridgefront residents. You also at
Then
least
upturns
see,
his nose at the poor people.
tending to a couple of people is Melga. Not dressed in her usual overbearing armor. Probably a good thing as she needs to step through the just mass of people that have sought shelter here. Not only here in the landing, but inside in the actual chamber where Carrington does her work. You don't see sign of either Carrington or her manservant. What's his name? Colville. It seems that the business has been turned kind of into a shelter. The kind that generally would be more bomb shelter rather than homeless shelter. Melia sees you guys come up the stairs, kind of is eyeing the stairs as they hear somebody trundle up, and her face drops a little bit. And she says, "Oh, you're back then."
Yes, I plan to keep my promise.
Promise to who? To do what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the girl. My promise to at a game. I would like to
Abigail.
try Abigail. My promise to Abigail, the recently orphaned
Yeah,
bookkeeper's kid.
Gorgio's daughter. Yeah, she's lying inside the room here. She just kind of gives a thumb around the corner into the workroom, I guess. Reception hall.
Did her parents not have a place to live that she can stay?
Well, she now technically owns what's left of her family's bookshop, which includes the house above it. However, she, as well as most of these people here, and you notice that Melia is kind of keeping a pretty low tone, have primarily come here seeking shelter so they aren't killed in their sleep. Carrington offers that kind of protection in the dream realm as a very powerful neuromancer, as hopefully you all are aware of.
This is the... Right, I understand.
As someone who has walked through the boundary between the waking and the unwaking world, I've also given my time here in order to stand as a bulwark between the things that wander through the dreamland and the people here simply not wanting to die in their suddenly lucid dreams.
I do have a question. Is there some form of thing you can buy, perhaps a spell or an item that would give this protection as well?
Not really. That's where Carrington and her Baku come into play. Carrington might be quadriplegic here in this world, but she has all her faculties on the other side. Not sure how she came across Baku, but... well, at this point, I'm not complaining, and it's because of her that so few people have died in the past 2 days. Unfortunately, discounting the booksellers who were caught in the wake of whoever the fuck was looking for that book.
Right.
Oh, Fernix, you're here.
Mhm.
He's just been
Yeah,
following you,
okay.
and you've been ignoring him.
He's been talking to me the whole time.
I was talking, but people were too loud around me, and I'm just looking back like, oh.
Sometimes
Sorry,
I
when
think
I...
I can still hear his voice. I'm not dead, woman!
Sorry,
It is
sorry,
now.
Fernix. I try not to pay attention to poor people. Anywho.
Oh. I'm not poor anymore.
Yeah, but you are.
Oh.
Anyways.
Well. Is she around?
Abigail's inside the room here, and she, again, points through the doorway into the reception room where Carrington generally does her prophesizing, prognostications.
Well,
Would you mind
Appreciate
bringing
it.
us to her, or are you busy?
She, like, steps forward a little bit, looks into the room, like, right to where Abigail is sitting against the wall, looks to you and says, I think you can find her, right? Room is
Hold
enough.
yeah. Please don't
Roll
like
perception.
take that literally and carry one of us over there physically.
Yeah, you're able to find her. Very easily. Melia looks to you like you're possibly ill.
I just thought it would be less.
I look over at Melia like I'm narrowly concealing my concern.
I don't know. Maybe I assumed it would be strange if we just approach. I don't know. I don't work with children very often. I'm sorry. Sven will
16, she
look
can
to-
marry.
It's probably fine. But oh yes, I suppose are you going to be here all night?
Yes. As soon as more people start falling asleep, I will be entering the dream world to bolster Mdme Carrington's forces.
Well, I guess we were thinking about discussing something in the morning, so if you have the time to do breakfast tomorrow, maybe.
Sure, once we clean up after whatever happens during the night tonight, I should be able to be somewhat free.
Great. And there's some things that, well, I guess none of us really have that much experience with. I was hoping we could just talk about it, anyhow. It's not really a concern relating to this, anyhow, so...
Right. Well, I'm always able to lend what knowledge I have. It just so happens that this is very, well within my wheelhouse.
Yeah. If things get dire, then don't hesitate to let us know. So,
Sure. Anyways, I'm gonna help some of these people settle in. If you want to, I'm sure Abigail would be willing to speak with somebody whose face she recognizes.
right. Well, shall we?
We shall.
You have to
And
walk
we
through the landing
Dance
and
over there.
the reception room, kind of like you're stepping through a minefield because of just how many people are laying here. I really cannot overstate how many people have crammed themselves in here.
Knew I
Sven,
should have gone for airwalk today.
Sven does backflips over the homeless people.
So, Abigail does see you coming as well. Considering the amount of bridge fronters who have left their homes and come here in order to hopefully not die in the middle of the night, you stand out. She looks up to you. Her face isn't nearly as puffy and red from having been sobbing all day as it was this morning. And she more or less kind of looks up to you as you approach and says, "Oh, you're actually back."
Yes, I intend to keep my promises. Sven clicks a pen, pulls out a book. So anyway, your prayer. No,
Oh shit, we've got fountain pens? That's high tech.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy how. No, this is nothing. All right, so yes, I intend to keep my promises. As Sven starts to pull out a few sheets of paper or a book, maybe a small book. I think he's got a spare book.
A diary or something, yeah, it's fine.
And there's probably not a chair nearby.
Only the ones
Conjure
that
speaking.
are used to receive people. There's somebody like lying on the fainting couch that Carrington's on, but nobody's like trying to sleep in the chairs or anything. Not very possible. Unless you're really weird.
You have not seen people at my work.
I can guess.
I won't go too deep into it, but like there's some uncomfortable ass chairs and people will sleep on them.
Well, thankfully people here are normal.
If you're tired enough, you'll sleep just about anywhere.
That's fair. Let me see
probably.
real quick. If we have a little bit of time, and I have a 3rd level slot open, and it looks like I do.
Summon share.
I can cast Serpent's Shadow Shelter and make a whole private room for us for like an hour plus.
Oh, that might be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would.
I'm just like, okay. Do we want to have gone over this and have done that beforehand?
Well, yeah, let's
Or
go with that.
I can also pop a squat right here and be like, all right, stall for 15 minutes, Sven. No pressure. Not that it's awkward or anything to be like, I'm here to help you. And then she's like, okay, can we talk? No, hold on.
The weather, it's been pretty nice. What else?
Yeah.
You're able to cast the spell, even if you had to do it there. It's not. Abigail is a relatively decent conversationalist, and she's able to talk to you actually about a weird amount of topics. You definitely learn that she is very well read. Probably better than you.
Well, who would have guessed the bookkeeper kid was
Yeah.
not a nerd?
Not gonna make the second Inkheart reference in a day. So, as the spell is cast, people definitely perk up.
Yeah, but it does make a visible portal when it's open, but I just designate us as the ones who can go in and out of it. So after I show them inside and whatnot, we close it. If someone opens it up, then I think it's not there.
No, I don't think so. It'll be like that door in Fallout where you open it up and says "fuck you" on it on the wall.
Yeah. No, that's just however it was before. But
yeah, a plain plastered wall, just covered with purple wallpaper. Her prognostication room is rather aesthetic. So you head into the room and you're able to set up and begin speaking with Abigail regarding a lot of these questions. You do realize that she maybe not has the most exciting history for her folks, but it's not nearly as shitty and boring as you expected. You learn that her family actually isn't from here. They came up the river from Oxnaburg. They actually opened up the shop here and had trouble with certain organized crime who came around to collect. And she mentions that she remembers when she was a kid, 2 men came here like demanding money, and her father took them upstairs and they never came down again. However, she was relatively young and isn't totally certain if that actually happened or not. 10 years ago.
You just threw him out the window.
yeah, it's
This
true.
is Bridgefront.
They might not have died.
Yeah.
They might have just left with magic bullshit to be like, we're so hot, we'll walk out your window and you can't even do anything about it.
Yeah. You do
It's
realize
sort of a power move.
You do learn that Diogorgio was a spellcaster. Perhaps not the most powerful one, but definitely enough in order to be able to protect himself. Her mother died when they were relatively young. She just got sick and passed. Like, nothing abnormal or out of the ordinary there. And, well, they've traded in a lot of, not just books, but antiquities. Not all of which have necessarily been sourced properly. Not that that's necessarily a thing a lot of people in this era think about, but the implication is there.
Okay.
This will take some time. You're probably going to be there until maybe a little after midnight.
Now, Gray, I'm going to do something a little unprecedented. I would like to burn 2 inspiration on this. 1, for diplomacy to get as much information out of her as I can, and 1 for storytelling to write as good of a story as I can. This might be Sven's last great work.
Sure. Information, are you just specifically about her life, or is there any, like, topic that you necessarily wanted to know about?
The whole story.
Okay. She gives you what she has. Obviously, there's a good chunk that's going to be related to Caligaro's rise to power here, the dream world, the cult, a lot of that. As a family of people who are pretty tied into the local, psychic and just other occult scene, that they know when things happen. If it isn't Carrington, it's going to be them that know. And despite her only being 16, she's definitely not stupid. You get the feeling that had she had any money, she would probably be in college.
How much is college anyway?
Not a huge amount, like, strangely enough. I think there actually is, like, a book listed price, I want to say. But it's definitely more than like the average peasant or even townsman is going to reasonably afford.
Alright.
I'm gonna actually Google that. I think there are, like...
New arc, the Great Crashers go to college.
I have to look it up. I might have to look at... Because Pathfinder has a lot of, like, guides to certain cities, and I think Arcana College in Corvosa gives rates. I want to say that it's probably around, like, a couple hundred gold a year. I'm thinking.
Okay. It's like a decent chunk, but it's not insane to think over some time you could save that up.
Yeah, like I said, it's something that, like, it's not going to be a house. This is in America where we charge you an arm and a leg to go to school. But it's when the average peasant makes, what, like maybe 200 gold a year, sending their kid to college, even if it was only a couple hundred gold, that isn't going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
At least not reasonably. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to say that it's like 400 gold a year, and that covers basically everything.
So, what the ultimate goal and idea behind this is, for me, is I want to write something really, really, really good. Partly because I think Sven knows that this, he's going to be having this ritual soon. This might be the last time he can write something this good.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to obsess over this story for a couple, probably the week. Like, when he's not studying the book, he's writing this one.
Okay.
So I really want to make this good, and then at the end of it, I want the moral to be that everyone's story is interesting, as long as you look into it from the right angle. And the hope is, if it is really, really good, that it can help pay for her college, and she gets all the proceeds.
Okay. Interestingly enough, by the end of the night, I'm going to say that you stay until about 1 or 2 in the morning. You're finishing things up, and she actually asks you if you had written a book recently, as she recognized some of the writing, because she was asked to source a story that had been written relatively recently. It had not yet shown up, but they still had the receipts.
Yes, I did write a story. At a game, I forget what I called it. It chronicles the tale of a group of adventurers going through the gauntlet in Was it Innsbruck? What was the name
Yeah,
of the
Innsbruck.
place? In Innsbruck.
Well, if it's any decent, I'll have to maybe read it before we hand it over to the people that, bought it.
I got paid a good amount of money for it. I think it's one of my best works, to be honest with you.
Well, it's honestly great. We don't really meet a lot of people who have, done anything like that, especially in Bridgefront, and a place where myself and my father are probably the most literate. So, yeah, this is really nice.
And nods. Hey, there is a lot here. I might be working on this for a while, but I'll check in with you and we'll sort this out through the week.
Okay. Well, I'll be here, at least during the night. I'm gonna try and take care of my father's shop during the day. I was mostly running it during the day, but
Right.
Yeah, I understand.
Yep, I hope you're feeling better, and if you...
Yeah,
need it,
Fernix,
be sure
you're
to-
here.
Oh. Well, yeah.
I thought this
But you
door
were-
just appeared randomly.
You were so deep in conversation, I felt I would be interrupting, so... But, yes, I will say that you certainly sound like you're a lot better, but be sure to take as much time as you need. I understand there are some things that can't be helped, but it's, yeah. Still, definitely think of yourself, too.
Well, taxes need to be paid, and we still have contractors coming around to fix the roof, so bills need to be paid, food needs to be bought, and yeah. As shitty as a lot of
Well.
things are, unfortunately, life has to go on.
I know, you'll definitely be talking with Sven more, but I wouldn't mind, coming by to peruse some of your books myself, and, if you
Sure.
do need anything.
We'll definitely be opening, hopefully at 8 a.m. like we usually do. New month, new week.
Right. Well,
Well,
I'm glad that you got, quite a lot from her, so...
yes. I suppose we should be wrapping up here. I hope that you get a good night's sleep. I'm sorry that these took up so much time, but your parents are very interesting people. Were very interesting people, I'm sorry.
Well, they had a different life, I suppose, and I think a lot of people think of people that live here. And, after that, you're able to exit. I'm assuming the door swings inwards.
Oh, yes. Right. Yeah, there's definitely nothing keeping you here. Just hope that having some measure of privacy for at least a little bit was something. Anyway.
Well, I was more afraid that you'd open the door outwards and hit somebody lying on the floor. I'm sure they'd fucking
Oh, yeah.
appreciate that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of assuming when we went in, we opened the door inwards, but I guess
Yeah.
I'm kind of at the mercy of whatever type of door,
Yeah.
whichever
sure.
way the door goes.
It opened
So.
inwards, so you exit out and you find it is dark. Most of the people, if not everybody, is asleep. Primarily pretty peacefully, although it's interesting because there's a, I don't know, just sort of a feeling to the air, like a magic, I suppose, that kind of hangs over the area. Hopefully belonging to Carrington and not, say, the alternative. Just looking for something. Okay. You have to sort of pick your way through the room in order to get out, and when you get to the reception area, you find Melia is kneeling, like kind of resting, kneeling with her hands on her like thighs. her like eyes are open, but you can see that they're like white, like completely whited out. Most likely in a meditative sleep in order to enter the dream world as a lucid dreamer. You can see like her face twitch every so often, making it very obvious that she's not totally asleep in the strict sense here. And then you're able to work your way out.
Well, it's good. Nice to give someone involved some closure anyway at this stage.
How fucked would it be if she, like, dies in her sleep tomorrow?
Not impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Would we like to tempt fate?
No.
No, I'm good.
Can we spend an inspiration point to
Make sure she dies.
to suggest certain things to you and be like, is it
Roll a D100, and if it's on or higher, she dies.
And they're higher.
life or death for child?
You make it out of the building. You do see that there are some people like huddled along the side of the building. But other than that, the street is dead. Like completely dead. Any windows that have shutters over them are pulled shut. Nobody moves. There aren't even like the thought of like criminals being around to try and pickpocket or threaten people. There is nobody out. In the quiet distance, you can hear the sounds of things happening, rattling, especially up in the shingles. You can hear the calls and cries of people most likely perishing in their sleep.
Right. And I look over in the direction of the shingles, and I'm just like, I'd almost forgotten about that horrible invisible thing.
Sven doesn't say much. He silently acknowledges it and just kind of has a worried look on his face.
Yeah.
From where you stand now, at the crossover of Naker Street and Arcona, you can see the front of Caligaro's mansion at the end, almost like straight shot down the road. A building that has very obviously had all the lean-tos pulled away from its face. A gnarled, twisted, dead tree standing in the quote-unquote yard. You also kind of see movement here and there. Indistinct, dark, lumbering. In the right town, that would be perhaps even more terrifying. Looking out to sea and wondering if there's people living out there fucking the people living in here. But that's a reference for a different game. So, you're able to get moving if you want to.
Yeah, it's Furnish's bedtime.
My pretend to go to bed and then go brew potions for 3 hours time.
If you give me a perception check.
I would like to spend an inspiration to fail this. Perception. Why do I... There it is. Uh-oh.
I mean, usually I just hit the roll dice button for that.
Sven, you don't notice anything. You're definitely keeping your eye out. You remember the things that Gilgamesh told you about existing in this part of town after the sun went down. Fernix, you feel something almost go by you. It's not physical. It's not something you can see or hear. It's almost like you're aware that something that shouldn't be here is here as it moves past you. It is a cold
Like-
and disgusting feeling that goes through your form.
In what direction is it moving?
Past you going the way you came.
I like turn my head around and then stop for a second, and then I just stop and turn around.
Sven slows and looks to Fernix curiously.
I think it's here.
What's here?
That
Sven
thing that
puts his
killed
hand
all
on
those
his
people.
sword. Oh. You don't think you'll fuck with us, do you?
I'm more worried it's going to fuck with them.
Is there much we can do about that? No, it's great to say, but
I mean, nothing we can do here, so back we go, I guess.
Yeah.
yeah, keep your hand on your sword, I suppose.
Well, right. I almost wish we could wake up Melia and tell her, but if that's what I think it is, she might be indisposed.
Hmm.
So, yeah, let's just go.
Okay. Both of you give me another perception check.
Walking quickly on my way back. Really hoping that ethereal stuff is slower than us.
You guys don't notice anything out of the ordinary as you pass Shade Street going for Pearl.
I guess I wouldn't.
Yeah, no. Get them rolls out now, I suppose. You definitely get the feeling that there is shit that definitely isn't right. You hear the sounds of movement, and perhaps your eyes go up an alleyway that's too dark for you to see down, even if you had dark vision. And just keep moving in the hopes that whatever you thought you saw wasn't actually on this side of the barrier. You reach the edge of bridge front, and a lot of that feeling begins to withdraw, handful by handful, step by step, until finally the air doesn't feel nearly as heavy as it once did. You're able to cross over the bridge into Center City, to the Heartlands, and make your way back to Bannerhome.
But so there wasn't anything at Mdme Carrington's, or
You didn't see anything.
okay. Ugh.
There were people like lying outside, and you didn't see them react either.
At least it was nothing.
Must have been the wind.
Mhm. Yes.
The one time
Seems
where
like-
that actually is a reasonable thing to say.
Yeah.
Kind of.
So, the other two, when do you ultimately go to bed?
I did have something I wanted. I did want to speak with Atari first before starting research, but if you would anything first, Lane.
Not really much I gotta do. I mean, unless there's people in Bannerhome that are really feeling like selling and or making some scrolls.
Fair.
Not really.
Well,
Yeah, probably just make sure all the blood and viscera is off of his clothing and weapons. So I think there's probably still something the last couple days.
Yep. Alright.
Otherwise, for me, rewinding a bit, right when I would leave the party, I probably would rendezvous with Natari somewhere. I don't know. They'd probably just be either heading towards Bannerhome or possibly still in Ridgefront. Wherever they are, I'm gonna go find them and just. Okay, so I know we just did a whole lot of work today, but we're not done. I have another task for you. I know. This is important. There is... I've told you about the dream stuff, yeah?
Multiple times, Daxius. Multiple times.
Well, there's that invisible monster I mentioned me and Gilgamesh bumped into. I have reason to believe that the area of influence has expanded since then. Originally, it wouldn't go past Breakwater Pier, but now I think it's gone further. I want you to spend some time each night for the next 6 nights, sort of seeing what sort of, if you can, and it's entirely possible that you can't, making some kind of contact with one of these invisible creatures, luring it away, letting it chase you, and then finding out where it stops, where it cannot longer reach you. And every night marking where that is, so we can have a general idea of how rapidly this is growing.
Okay, I guess. Just looks the other two and then, like, looks back to you and say, I'm gonna do this myself, because I don't think they can run that fast.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is just a you job.
She just looks the other two and says, well, lucky you, fuck off. And, like, the two of them give, like a play, like, grimace, but it's very obvious they're like, I want to go home, I'm tired. And turn and leave. Looks to you and is like, anything else, my liege?
That'll be all. You are free to go, my servant.
Mm-hmm. Fuck you with a cactus. Bye now. He just turns and walks off.
Yeah. It's gonna be a long night. And I'll just go home. I will stay up the full 8 hours, so...
Jesus Christ.
Yes, I know. I will sleep through the day. I'll actually... Okay. If I see land back at Bannerhome, I'm gonna actually quickly walk up to you and just say, hey, Vic at Bannerhome. Hey, don't expect me up early.
Alright. Not that I have any plans first thing in the morning anyway.
Fair enough. Just, actually, don't expect me up early the rest of the week, to be honest. That's all.
Well, if there's sorry, I haven't had to deal with that in a while. There's a spell that some casters are available. I believe I can figure things out if needed. But it essentially lets you stay up and stand watch or keep a vigil for the entire night without any of the ill effects of losing sleep. Yes, it also works on multiple creatures, depending on the person who's casting it.
Oh shit, I have no idea. I'm going to be doing some shopping in the morning then, in that case.
Yes, I don't imagine it'd be that expensive, but you need to find the right person to cast it on you.
Right.
I should be able to handle it if you could, if you are inclined to purchase the required materials.
I mean, I don't want to, but sure, yeah.
We'll have I'll cover you for a couple nights if needed.
Oh, it's not like I'm hard on money. It's just if I keep spending
Right.
like this, I'm going to be hard on money.
My concern is that these night vigils start eating into our preparation time, and I don't imagine it's going to be that long before Sven finishes up his research in the ritual itself.
Right. Well, I'm not hoping
Brother.
to. I'm not expecting to. I just hope I'd be able to help Sven in that. Make sure things go well.
All right, well, I'll be out looking for scrolls in the morning, so I can pick a few up.
Yeah. How much I can donate some for you, especially for picking up some of those. We need like 100, 200.
No, don't worry about it for now. I'll pick things up, and we'll see how many you use. Keep them in the
Alright.
party loot for later, if needed.
Works for me.
Well, enjoy your sleepless night.
Yeah. Thank you for the recommendation. And yeah, it's gonna be a long night. And I just walk off.
I'd like to host the coolest, most epic party, specifically going on when Daxius can't attend.
Gotta be a slumber party. Well, the whole point is to go to sleep.
Sven walks into the bar where everyone's eating dinner. He has a pillow in each hand. And he's like, "Slumber party!
Oh my god, yeah.
Who's up?" Oh, not you, Daxius. Sorry.
Oh, you never invite me.
Well, you're just always busy.
Look, lately the girls have been saying that you've been saying some really mean things about me. Is that true?
Daxius can't talk to women.
Shit, you're right.
Anyways, so Vic, you're probably in bed at a normal time. Daxius, give me an intelligence roll. You're gonna be up until like 5 a.m.
Yes, I am.
Wait, no, wouldn't it be 9 a.m.? At least? Because we finished with the girl at 1 a.m., you said.
Oh no, I started as soon as you left.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like he didn't go with you.
Alright, I'm okay. Big money in the whammies. Hey!
Damn, all right.
Okay.
Didn't even have to take an inspiration point for that one. All right. So, you're able to take the book back up to your room, sit down, read, and I'm not going to tell you it was pleasant. It is a hodgepodge of dozens of different writers having tangents of thoughts and ideas that just sort of wander and meander off into who the fuck knows where. A lot of the ideas do lead towards what you ultimately think that they were interested in, which is the establishment of a permanent dream realm. So I think I did make a book available to everyone actually. Under the books and journals on Dreamlands. The idea of creating your own personal dreamscape, like the Dreamlands, in order to, for some people it was to escape to, but as time went on, definitely the thought of certain wizards that they wanted to create their own world to be God in.
Right.
Like Mormons. And that's not even necessarily a joke. Strangely enough.
That's terrifying.
And just how a lot, especially the earlier ones, it was just leading towards finding this dreamstone that functions as a pillar that holds the tent up. The tent being the dreamland. And then just the beginnings of the spell in order to, or the ritual in order to enter the world that you wanted to set up. So you get a lot of the same stuff that Sven does, maybe with a little bit related to some of the materials you need, which nothing, at least initially, abnormal, but definitely not stuff you would buy.
Yeah, it's a lot of forcing myself to read this drivel.
Yeah, that's gonna be it.
I like to imagine at like 2 a.m. there's like a knock on your door, Fernix.
Like, you get out, like, he's coming up the stairways going towards, because that's when they left. The Mdme Carringtons and Neuromancy. And
Oh,
so you're getting to Bannerhome, and Daxius comes out of his room like a fucking madman.
It's just really messy hair. I look to your door and I see you. It's like, coffee.
hi. Now?
Yes, now.
Okay. Hold on. Go into my room and get out the brewing equipment. Yeah. Let's see. Just sort of like brew, I guess, 2 cups.
Can you put? Do you have sugar?
Of course.
Shakes
I
his
want
ass.
5.
5 sugars.
I need it.
Maybe you should, like, go to sleep.
Mm-mm. No.
Why not?
And trust me, there's nothing I want more right now.
Oh.
I need to. This has to go off without a hitch.
Well, yes, but I mean, we've still got time.
But every time, whenever Sven's reading it, it's daytime.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yes, I'm sorry. I thought something was going to happen out there, and well, I'm very glad that it didn't. Would have been a bloodbath.
Let's try to avoid more of those. They seem to happen around us.
Yeah. Well, I also asked Melia over here for whatever we're going to talk about in the morning, so
Okay.
I guess, do what you can. Maybe, something will come to mind. I can just whip up a spell that'll dispel some of the drowsiness.
The coffee works. It does
Yeah.
wonders.
It's usually good enough for me anyway.
I still need to show you that coffee shop.
Oh, right. Yes, I had nearly forgotten about it myself.
Been so busy.
Hmm. Yes, I'd fooled myself into thinking I was going to be putting some sort of a spell to work tonight, but it's too late already.
It's, I mean, where I come from, it's never too late. Time-wise, like, most people are most active. Like, I think me and my crew would be, like, awake and just going to bed at 4 in the morning back in the heyday.
I just think of how my stomach feels after sleeping for only 2 hours and try to avoid that.
It's usually my head. Sometimes the stomach. I don't know how much I drink.
That probably doesn't help either.
Well, I'm still cold sober tonight, unfortunately, so...
Hmm.
You know.
Well, I guess get done what you can on the book. I'm not going to kick you out, but
Do you have that coffee? Is it down?
brewing it right here.
I'm just staring at
It
it.
should be good. You want me to pour it for you? Just pick it up and...
The reaction time of Daxius right now, like you'd start pouring it before he can answer.
Right. Well, I'm not going to kick you out of my room, but I'll probably fall asleep faster if you're not in here, so...
No, I was gonna go back to my room, thank you.
Certainly. I should tide you over for a little bit at least.
That'll do. And I'll raise a cup, just silently turn and like just slowly waddle out.
Yeah. Without too much further ado, I just like lay down and presumably fall asleep at some point.
Yeah. Alright. Well, Daxius, you spend the night, at least until 5 a.m., reading that book.
And when it's done, I'll put it back in the lead-lined barrel and then head right to bed.
Alright. And, we pass on. Welcome to the first day of at least in-game fall, even though that is not how that works at all.
Wake me up when September ends, am I right, guys?
Maybe.
Crickets all around.
I was saying boo worms.
Alright, we
Right.
skip ahead 1 month. Wake Daxius up.
He died.
Yeah, I'm just in a coma now.
So, morning comes. I'm assuming the Dragonborn and the half-elf are the one that are up relatively early. Sven, I don't know what you're up to.
Writing.
That's right, because you sleep for what? 2 hours a
2
night?
hours.
Fucking weird. So you'll have the...
You let us have the magic item.
Doesn't mean I'm not allowed to say what the fuck I want. So,
Yes, it does. How dare you?
I'm assuming you at least also spend the 8 hours a day to read the Paginarum. When are you doing that versus when are you writing?
Well, Daxius hasn't complained to me yet about when I'm reading the book. He complained to Fernix, but not me. So I'm gonna read the book at pretty much like at, I want to say 10 a.m. Start reading it.
Fair.
10 to 6.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So, you sleep 2
And if
hours,
Fernie-
you're back up at about 4 or 5. Probably right about the time when you see Daxius go down the hallway, walking the book back to its coffin. And, I guess you start writing then, and you spend about 5 hours doing that.
It's
Wasn't
tearing up
Fernix-
because his writing's so good.
Wasn't Fernix also gonna read it?
I don't know.
Okay.
No, I'm tearing up because I'm sleepy for some reason, despite being in bed for 200 hours. What'd you say, Fernix?
I can proofread it, or just provide feedback.
Look over my shoulder as I read as I write it.
Yeah, I don't know that. I've got like craft calligraphy. I don't know how helpful that is, but I could be like, oh, you could make the big letter at the start look fancy like this.
Like SpongeBob's essay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The first 4 hours are spent on. I spend 4 hours on the.
Alright. You The Fernix, you're probably only awake for like a few hours of it at absolute most. I don't know, you're only getting home at like 2 a.m. too, so when are you getting up?
Probably get most of 8 hours of sleep,
Okay.
or as much as I can anyway.
So you're probably getting up just as he's wanting to go read the Paginarum, so perhaps maybe he hands off what he wrote in the previous 5 hours to you.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vic, as the only person who is conscious at, like, normal first shift time.
No, Sven is.
Yeah, you're just locked up in your room. That cat is so adorable. I'm sorry. That kitten is
Yeah.
so adorable.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
she's really nice. Even if she's biting me.
She's the teeniest kitten. Like
Mhm.
they're adorable at that age, and then they grow up into cats.
Birch,
Yes.
please tell me you named one of the kittens Tony.
No, but I can.
Do you
Do
have
it.
a tuxedo cat?
There's a black cat that's got some white on her chest.
Name
So-
her
For Garnor.
Tony.
Tony.
Also, Fernix, say again. I know you were gonna say something.
No, I was just like, oh, I'll go over what's there, see how it sounds, and all that.
And it's just like,
I assume that Vic is getting up and heading out to do his morning preparations as Daxius is finally falling asleep. Just kind of walks past.
you know, like a shitload of people like all doing stuff at the same fucking time at like 5 in the morning, like weirdos.
I'm just like staring at it mostly. I'm reading it and then probably not reading it for a while.
Thinks for a second and realizes that he can't help. Just kind of stops worrying about it. Just leaves. Yeah. After the preparations, probably going to start looking around and try to find a magic shop to get some scrolls made.
Yeah, you're able to do that. That's not difficult. If you didn't want to go to one of the bazaars, probably going to the Top Hat in Center City or the Third Eye in Highland Terrace are probably your best bet. Those are highly spoken of.
Yep.
And you're buying
Yep.
stuff at a level that you're gonna get it. It's no problem.
Yeah, the most expensive one is, like, if I were to buy it, would have been 375 gold.
Yeah,
But I'm probably not going to buy that one.
they have it. No matter,
So-
like, for spells of that level, they're gonna have it. And even if they don't, they're gonna be able to make it, and that's not gonna take that long.
Yeah, there's a few of them that are already on the cleric list, which I may talk to Fernix about setting up, just so I don't have to pay as much for those.
Oh, sure. Which ones?
I was wanting to get at least one scroll of a line weapon communal, just in case.
Okay.
There's a couple others that might be good, like some protection from chaos or evil communals as well.
Mhm.
Just stuff that I don't have on my known list, but I do have on my class list.
Yeah, we've also got the magic circle spells at this level too,
Yep.
which are they're multi-target. How long does it last? 10 minutes a level. That was the thing.
Yeah.
You gotta kind of crowd, but if we did like 2 of them, it'd be pretty decent.
Yeah. There's also
Oh, down, baby.
It just
Yes.
launched itself on the floor.
She tried to jump up on the desk, but it's plastic, so
Didn't make it.
yeah.
not much good that claws are gonna do now.
Yeah, they're all made of rubber. They're fine.
Yeah, they friggin'
Jeez.
are.
She fell on top of a blanket anyway, so
There is also protection from outsiders, which I was thinking about, but it depends a lot on the subtype, which, from what it seemed, wasn't going to be consistent enough for our journey,
Yeah.
so it may not be the best option.
Yeah, it might be better to just go with the alignment one and then have that be, if we're wrong about that, then it's like, we tried.
Yeah, but the ones I am going to buy, because they aren't on the cleric list, are 3 scrolls of Keep Watch, which are 25 each, and 2 scrolls of Whispering Wind, which are 150 each. So total 375.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's see. Yep, I thought I had protection from outsiders, but that is one thing. Let me look at that spell here real quick.
Yeah, Whispering Wind is neat.
Oh, we're only level 2 spell. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yep, it's as good as the alignment protection spells, so
Well, it's
I guess-
technically better because it doubles some of the bonuses.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
The issue is it doesn't have a communal version, so it's a little more expensive to get working for potentially less of a benefit.
Okay. I think you can have it prepped and then cast it on a specific the specific type. If it was in a potion, you'd have to pick ahead of time which one, because it's a decision that you have to make. But if you've got it prepped, then I don't see the harm in having it, because I'm like, if it's a protean, then proteans. If it's another thing, then hopefully it's something that protection from outsiders works against.
Yeah.
It seems like
The issue for
probably.
Yeah. What were you saying?
Oh yeah, no, it just seems like probably.
Yeah, I would imagine that with a scroll you need to have the type pre-prepared as well. So
Yeah,
and keeps it from being super useful for me. But
yep. Yeah, I can definitely get that done on there. And a scroll should be just fine for that too, because it's just a. Oh no, that's right. Not a scroll. That's exactly what I was just explaining would be not as good. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I can get that.
Yeah. If you could potentially have the time to throw together an aligned weapon communal scroll, Vic will pay for it, and it would be useful to have, because it's also on his list.
I think that's something I can do.
Just
We
gotta
just
talk to
need.
Fernix.
Oh yeah, I guess we do just need like. Because it'd be level 5, so okay.
Yep.
All right. Yes, I think I probably make that after I teach my class. Or
Also-
not quite a class.
Yes, while we're talking shop. So how long do we have for crafting? We don't have like that. We don't have enough time for like multi-days worth of crafting, I would imagine.
It's going to take you 6 days in total in order to learn the ritual. So you've already got one day down. This will be day 2.
Well, because I mentioned the armor enhancement thing. That's if Fernix had time, would save some money. But if there's other things going on, it's not like super important. Basically, just a fear aura.
Oh, yeah. Which one?
It's rallying. I think by the new crafting rules, it would only take like 2.5 days, but that's still like kind of rough. Which I just don't want to like do it right now in the middle of stuff if you got other stuff going on. So
Yeah,
We have 6 days.
We'll see. I'm definitely down to work on some stuff, but
yeah, it's a lot, and I'm not necessarily needing it. Just
yep.
Okay. Alright, so you're going to spend a little bit of your morning out buying up these scrolls, either from the Griffin Bazaar or probably Top Hat. Daxius, you're asleep. So then you're writing and then reading. Fernix, you're sleeping, and then going over Sven's that day writing. We're going to go into the afternoon with, I think, basically just you, Fernix, and Vic available. Fernix, when are you going to run your class?
I thought it was more like I was showing up when they wanted me to.
Okay.
I guess maybe like 2 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah. How would that? Because you don't have like, that's not like a profession, and it's not. I definitely wouldn't be a craft. I think we might just do a straight intelligence check in order to figure out how well that goes.
Sure. Yep. I'm also like, I guess probably, yeah. We'll over prepare that spell slightly, because I can just leave some other slots open and then figure it out if I need to change things up. So I got 4 castings. And I don't really think I need Summon Monster 3 today. So we'll call it good, but yeah, I was also like, oh, I kind of asked Melia to come see us at breakfast. Is that... Did she come by?
I'm gonna say that around like 9 o'clock, she kind of shows up. Vic, you're definitely there to see her. Who the fuck else here is even conscious?
Probably
Sven,
Sven.
but he's writing. I don't know where. I would assume you were doing that in your room. I don't know why. Yeah.
Or out in nature, maybe, if it's a good day.
Yeah. Daxius, you're asleep. And Fernix, I believe you are also asleep. So...
Nice.
So Vic, who has no fucking idea about this, you see Melia show up. She's not wearing her armor, as relatively accustomed to. Although it's not like you've never seen her not in her armor. Life happens and normal people are normal. She looks absolutely fucking exhausted. It's relatively early, like I said, about 9 o'clock, so maybe you're just getting back from your shopping trip when you see her come in the front door. Looks around, eyes land on you, and she just kind of like starts walking over that way, like not with any real purpose, just tired.
Wasn't expecting to see you this far north so early. Something going on?
Well, no, your friends invited me for breakfast if nothing went poorly at Mdme Carrington's, and everything was fine, but just the dream world is getting more and more chaotic, and the amount of night gaunts and shadow mastiffs and mephits and other shit that I had to fight off is just... I'm tired. I'm assuming since you're the only one here and that you are also here, that means that they are not here or asleep.
I have not seen them since bit after dinner last night, so I didn't have any idea you were coming, and I have not spoken to any of them.
Alright, well...
I can go wake them up if you like.
No, I might end up simply going to sleep myself. I need to actually sleep like a normal person so that I can then fight in my dreams in Bridgefront. Not sure if you ever had the pleasure of having to learn to lucid dream the hard way.
I don't think that ever came up.
No, I figured not, and it's not a skill that I'm particularly adept at conveying.
I imagine when you say that, it's not something that I would be able to assist you with in this instance.
Not at this point, no. Unless you learn extremely fast, as in faster than most students who are keen to learn to walk their own dreams, I'm finding it pretty likely that no. You can always drug yourself up, but no idea A, if that would work, or B, where you would show up if you did. So, Carrington's relatively competent and the Baku is pretty powerful. We were able to protect those under our care that night, but, well, enemies at the gate, I suppose. They're very pissed, too. I'm assuming that has something to do with the book.
Yes, I would imagine so. Sven is working his way through it, probably as we speak, if I had to guess, but I imagine it'll take a few more days.
Well, I would say hurry up, but as somebody who has spent time reading books, perhaps not like that one, but books of the arcane nature, I realize that's not how that works. So, hopefully they're able to get through it promptly.
From what I saw, I wasn't able to make out much, but it was barely what I would even call a book, more a collection of rambling journals. It's a total mess.
Carrington used the phrase, the mad diatribes of half-broken minds.
I suppose it's a more eloquent way of putting it.
Well,
I wish I could do more in this situation. If I can do more, just say so. If you'd like, we can...
We've already managed to smash the cult and chased away Greeley's drug distribution. Unfortunately, the things that happen on the other side of the barrier separating the waking and the unwaking world, the best you can do is get through the book and take care of the problem once that door opens.
Alright. I'll see if I can assist Sven in any of his readings. I'm not as adept in this arcane reading as much as some of the others. I can give it a shot. In the meantime, Well, feel free to take advantage of any of the hospitalities that Bannerhome offers. I'm sure we can set you up with a room if you'd like something a bit more private.
At this point, I think I'm probably going to go to the Laughing Knoll, get perhaps the most unhealthy meal known to man, and then go to sleep.
It does sound more appealing than I'd like to admit. Yeah. I'll walk you down there. If you don't mind, I've got some shopping to do, and I don't imagine that the rest of the group are going to be awake anytime soon.
Probably not. Alright. And she just kind of like rolls her shoulders and turns.
Yeah, Nick will just walk down with her and probably do something resembling reminiscing.
Yeah, she does her best. She is very, bleary. During it. But yeah. Alright, so probably by the time you get back, those who are getting up at around 10 a.m. are finally conscious.
Would that include me?
I believe so, because I think you
Oh,
said... No, because you went to bed at like 5, right? I mean, if you're
Yeah.
aiming to get 8 hours of sleep, you're going to be awake at what, 2?
Yeah, I don't actually need 8 hours of sleep. That's the thing.
1. You'd be up at 1, yeah.
Because I mean, I didn't use any spells yesterday. I didn't use any features or anything. I don't know if there's a negative for like not getting the full 8 hours of sleep.
Long term, it would be shitty. Since you're not healing, you're not regaining spell slots or features. In the short term, I don't think there are any major negatives other than feeling kind of shitty.
Well, Daxius is used to that.
Because this time it is an alcohol-based.
This time.
Alright.
I think it just gives you, I think it just like makes you fatigued,
Wow.
and you have to sleep to get rid of it.
That's not that's not great actually.
It doesn't actually say anything, at least.
Can I lesser restoration the fatigue away?
Is that something you're able
I
to
don't
do
think
then?
so. I don't think so. If I can, then why have we been sleeping in the first place? That's just silly.
Yep. Okay, apparently the only sleep deprivation rules are third party.
Yeah.
But it does seem to imply that not getting a good night's sleep gains the fatigued edition.
I'd be okay with that rolling.
So it technically only applies to sleeping in medium or heavy armor.
Yeah. I can... It eliminates any fatigue suffered by the character with lesser restoration and improves exhausted fatigue. So I guess I can, but... Yeah. I probably would prepare.
Okay. So, considering the various times that people are going to be conscious, what the hell happens today?
Book, sleep.
Oh, fuck.
I
You're
like-
gonna have to come back to me. I had something I forgot.
I put together what happened after I do my meditation and everything, and I'm like, Vic isn't. Oh wait, the sun's over. All right, get over here, Daxius.
Huh? I'm like,
Sit still. So yeah,
Oh, wow.
like move my hands around all crazy and then go bah. Get rid of your fatigue.
That feels pretty good. Wow. Holy shit.
I cast
that's-
fatigue on Daxius.
No.
Coffee. I mean, I was literally just coming down here to ask you for coffee. That's. Why do you have coffee if you could just do this?
What? I like coffee.
You like coffee?
You think I drink something every day that I dislike?
Fair. I mean, yeah, fair enough. I guess some people aren't like me.
Do you not like my coffee?
No, your coffee's great. It's just that I don't know. It's always just before I met the party. It was always just a thing I drank when I needed it. Now, ever since I met you guys, it's just. I guess I didn't realize how quickly that became like a daily thing.
Mm-hmm.
I used to just not care for coffee, and now it's like a part of my day. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Life changes so fast.
Yeah, it's kind of mildly addictive. So
Oh, shit.
I'm not going to just string you out without you having any idea what's happening.
Fair enough. Actually, could I just get some coffee anyway? I don't need much. Just like a small cup.
Oh, sure.
Awesome.
I get it. You've both been going in on that book.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's mostly Sven's thing. I don't plan on I'm just trying to get to a point where I feel confident enough that I can be of assistance. I suppose.
Good.
But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, neither do I. Or I'd probably be trying to elbow in there to be the third end of the possible time that book can be being read by someone. But
Oh, trust me, you don't want to. That book is a nightmare.
yeah, I figure it's probably better if I just know where the things are that you might need to know, or approximately, and I can go get those.
Fair enough. I did have. I was going to go looking for something, and I don't know if you would know. I was just gonna go ask either the Magical College or try my luck at the Mdme Keep and bug that guy. Do you know how expensive a two-way trip with a teleportation circle is? And do you know if there's one in Innsbruck?
The two-way is kind of your problem there. Although, just teleporting, it's somewhat expensive.
I imagined. I wanted to get a price range first before I committed to anything.
A teleportation circle is one of those things that's exorbitantly expensive.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But they are permanent, and they do not fucking kill people occasionally, so it's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd like to avoid that.
Yeah,
Kind of
Well-
the main worry.
there's a better version of teleport that you can take if you really want to be sure. It's not very likely that you'd have a teleportation accident, but I'll just say it's one of those things that I doubt has happened very often, but certainly stands out.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I think some of the stories about people coming through inside out are exaggerated, though.
Okay, well, maybe not that spell. If that's what you're.
No, it's maybe, if I had to put a number on it, like a 1 in 20 chance or something like that.
A one.
And most of the
One-
time, it's just the spell almost tries to put you inside of a solid object and then just sort of forces you out.
It
And
still sounds
it's
painful.
like it's like running into it. You might get a concussion, but that's about it.
Right.
Yeah, it's just
some
when it
people would
doesn't.
look at 1 in
when it-
20 and say that's I like those odds, but I don't like those odds. I'll tell you that much.
Why did you feel like you needed a teleportation anyhow?
No, I guess I kind of. Oh, Natari would laugh at me if she fucking heard me saying this, but I guess a part of me misses. Yeah, the followers.
I miss you, people whose name I cannot recall.
Princess.
The other ones.
Well, I'm
I
sure
am genuinely forgetting the third one.
something that could be arranged anyhow.
The third one.
The third.
The third one.
We'll invite them out to a boating trip and then tell half of them they can't come.
Yeah.
What are friends for?
It was Zuger.
Just sorting them out this way.
I'm trying to remember the third one. Shit. Such a good.
I'm sure you missed them very much.
It was the cat, right?
Yeah, Zuger's the cat. Yeah.
Oh, right. It was the cat. It was the dumb orc.
Yeah,
Those are
that's
the only two I
the
remember.
orc's the one, and princess. The orc's the one I'm forgetting.
Wasn't that princess?
No, princess is a null.
Oh, right. I'm sure it doesn't matter.
Totally not. Not at all.
So anyway, these people that mean so much to you.
I guess it's
Yes.
been a long trip over for us, and if I was to ask them to come back here, by the time they arrived, we'd probably be in another city.
Well,
Mail one way, and they receive it, and then they travel this way, and that's like a whole month.
it would be only about 900 gold round trip.
Only.
But
Oh,
obviously, you've got to know someone on both sides who's willing to cast that for you and at the right time. So
right. I was hoping it'd be within like an hour of each other, but that sounds highly improbable. So.
we'll just go for an hour. That's all you needed.
Well, I can't really talk with any of them. The dreamscape's out of the
Why
question.
not? Just say something to their face. Then they say things back. It's
Well, no. I mean, like, from here.
oh, well, yeah. But do you want to go see them?
Kind of. Yeah. I mean,
I
I was hoping I'd be able
if your
to keep in
head ends up in a
contact.
flower pot or something.
Ugark.
Ooh, Gark. That's
Ugark.
it. All right.
Yes.
I'll remember. I got that for next time. I'm locked in.
Yeah. To be fair, you've been there. If you can clearly describe it, then any wizard worth their salt is going to be able to get you there. Just
Sure.
not going to tell you it's perfectly safe.
No, I might just get them to. I might just wait until this whole thing's over and then try and use the dream thing. But I'm gonna be honest. There's a very good chance someone dies, or we all die. You know.
Very cheery.
Oh,
Well,
yes, I'm known for my fucking cheeriness and happy-go-lucky attitude.
I'm just saying, I just woke up.
Yeah, so did I.
Well, I guess we don't have to let them know if we're taking that contract right away.
No. No. We said a few days.
Yeah. I didn't think there was a lot to talk about, but I guess I don't really mind putting it off then, so.
Fair. I mean, I don't really have much of an opinion on that other than I don't like the nobles potentially having... This might be a conversation for the whole party, actually. I don't like the idea of the nobles potentially getting the art.
No. But, well, if we're not connected to it and it ends up being there, then I guess they would be getting it anyhow.
Fair enough. Well,
Still,
it's a
not like it's
conversation
very
for-
likely.
Yeah, it's probably still there.
Mhm.
Nonetheless, back to what my question. If it's 900 gold, I think I'm gonna. Sorry, you said 900 or 9,000?
Oh, 900.
900? Okay, that's more reasonable.
If it's more than 450, they're ripping you off.
Fair enough.
Yes.
I guess unless you have any other way of allowing me to get in contact with them, because I don't know if I want them over here quite yet, but I don't know because I don't know. It
Well,
depends.
if we'd had the foresight to make one of those sending stones,
Shit.
I suppose we could make one and then ship it over, but
Actually,
maybe the teleports would be cheaper.
I like that idea.
I'm not quite sure how to make one myself, so...
I can go buy one. It's just a matter
Right.
of getting it over there discreetly.
Yes. I've got this this class today, and then I'm going to try to maybe slap another spell together in the remaining time of the week.
Fair enough.
In between, well, whatever needs to get made here.
So are you making a new spell?
I'm not going to count my eggs before there are chickens.
Well,
I'm going to try to do multiple weeks of research in less than one. So we'll see how it goes. And I'll make sure that it doesn't cause anyone to implode or explode.
Well, if that's the ramifications of the spell you're trying to make, I'm deeply interested. If I wasn't busy, I would ask for all the details. And by busy, I mean...
Well, I'm just saying it won't be some sort of... I'll know if it works long before I've got it ready to go, so...
Yeah, get me in the loop on that.
I do like what you've got here, by the way, Sven. So
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, are you?
Sven
Oh,
says
no.
from his room.
He's fading away.
No.
Help me!
Sven, come back.
He was just like stealing candies off of a cart nearby and then running back to his room.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was reading a book. Why are you in my room?
I thought you gave me a thing to read that I was reading while I was eating.
I broke in here.
I'm not sure why I'm
Why
in
are
here.
you eating in my room?
I don't know. We've been talking for like an hour almost.
Oh god. Fernix, I keep telling you, you're poor. I don't pay attention to you.
Wait, even in your sleep?
I'm really good at it.
Wow. To be fair, I think we also blew off Melia unintentionally, but still.
So what is going on? Huh?
Well, I'm gonna assume Vic's not in his room, or when I knocked it was
I don't think so.
not loud enough. So, I'm presuming that they came and left. Which is, well, probably a little bit better than it could have worked out.
Vic did say last night that he was going to be doing some shopping in the morning.
Right. Well, I don't want to say that the earliest I can talk about that contract is tomorrow, but if it is that, then I'm not trying to put things off, just... Well, and may have my nose buried in books for most of the rest of the day.
Fair. I have my own running around to do as well. So I needn't distract you any longer. I'm sure you need every second you can get. I know, I feel it.
And most of it should be done in about 2 days, and hope I'm able to cram it all in my brain.
We believe in you.
Thanks.
I guess before I leave, has anyone seen Cyrus?
Not that I can say.
All I can say is out and about.
Yeah.
Since we've actually been in Sven's room, I wasn't thinking this would be where he was, but
Yeah.
I mean, you never know.
suppose we might have heard him by now if he's in here.
He is
Maybe
not.
he's invisible. Cast see invisibility.
Like a cat, you wake up at night and the cat's just staring at the wall, seeing ghosts. Wide-eyed, just peering at the paint.
Chirping at bugs that they're seeing when there are no bugs. They're just marking out.
But no, you probably haven't seen him today. Perhaps passing through the common room, you might have seen him moving through talking to somebody.
Okay. Well, right before I leave, Sven, if you before later tonight, I can go over with you what I learned, and perhaps maybe you might have some insight after your reading today. But I would like to go over what we've read so far in the book.
Sure. I would be willing.
Awesome. Yeah, we have a thing with not leaving rooms, so I'm just gonna slowly walk backwards, turn around, and
Yeah.
open the door.
Wait, didn't you say something about the college a second ago?
I stop. Oh yes, that was. I mean, I was gonna ask a wizard about the magic circle stuff, but I like the sound of an idea better, and it's probably much cheaper.
Oh, well, yeah, it might be good to go there and ask some of them, and I've got that class in a couple of hours, so.
Oh shit.
Yes.
I didn't schedule that.
I'm gonna teach people my new spell and see how that goes.
Well, maybe if I have the time, I'll sneak in as a student and maybe attend.
Might not be the worst thing for you to know.
Actually,
But,
no,
you
the
know.
spell looks very useful. I would be very interested to learn it.
I can also just make a potion of it too.
That too, but that's not as fun.
Yeah. Well,
Maybe for you.
All right.
it's something I kept in mind.
As I standing in the archway of Sven's room, it's like, all right,
Now,
I'm gonna go now.
I'd best be off.
Like
And I
fucking
activate. I activate my ring, Just soak everything in a 10-foot radius, and then go over to the other side of the hallway, open my door, and lock it behind me, and then go out my own window.
Fucking just pulling the worst Minnesota goodbye ever. No, you hang up first. No, you hang up first. No, you hang up first.
A little water running down the steps into the lobby.
Yeah, it's like made to put out fires, so it's just soaking like the entire room.
God.
Fernix is so bad he has to pocket sand his way out of this conversation.
Our second floor smells like wet carpet.
Yeah,
Soon enough, wet cat.
Yeah, I was about to say Sven was probably hit with that.
Etter is just like dripping and staring from the inside of the room before he
He's
just
been
closes
there
the
the
door.
whole time.
He was there while you were talking with Fernix last night too, just
Oh shit.
standing and not saying anything, but under a pile of clothes.
That somebody dumped on him and he just was too polite,
No.
I guess, to correct. He just
No,
has
no,
a piece of it in
Fernix
his
put-
mouth and is just like,
Fernix put that on top of him because he was just sitting there staring at the corner, and he was like, "All right, I'm freaked out. You win."
I just need something to hide this from my own sake.
alright, well, you finally end your Minnesota goodbye that's been going on for the past hour. Sven
Yeah.
stops bashing his head against the table. And with that, we're going to take a little bit of a break so that everybody is able to use the bathroom and get something to eat. People should think about what they want to do for the rest of the day. Yeah, so I guess we will see you on the other side, hoping to be back at about 8:25, 15 minutes at most. So we'll see you all then. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Chippy.
And we're back. So, you have all finally stopped darkening Sven's doorway. You've completely soaked the hallway on your way out.
I go back to Duke's place for more whoop.
So, it's about 11 o'clock. I know one of you has a few hours before you're going to go and teach your class to whoever shows up. You were told that you're able to basically do it out in on the grounds behind one of their main buildings. Sven, you're just reading. Daxius, what are you doing? Mute.
I was looking for Cyrus at the
Okay.
moment.
And Vic?
Vic had to probably finish up his shopping and then drop some stuff off for Daxius. After that, I would like to maybe look around to see what the whether or not I could find somebody who could potentially start retraining some hit points. If I have time for it, anyway.
Okay. For you, give me a knowledge local. Assuming there isn't somebody at Bannerhome that could do something like that. I mean, how the fuck would you even do that? What are they gonna put more blood in you?
It's. I think
I'm
they
sure.
describe it as like a military training regiment type thing, or like a monk, or like a monastery.
Oh, okay.
You know, endurance training.
You are given perhaps not the most greatest answers, although you are vaguely pointed to the Barbed Rose branch.
It's a Hell Knight
Yeah.
institution.
Yep.
Yeah.
Depending, you
My
might fit in there quite well. Hell Knights are not necessarily all lawful evil, you just have to be lawful.
Hell. So hell isn't evil. Hell is lawyers.
Yeah.
Correct.
That makes sense.
Most
Hell
devils
is lawyer
are
people.
lawful, and they will promise they won't fuck your mom. They'll fuck your dad instead. See? They didn't break their promise.
True.
So, I should not tell the Hell Knights where my parents live.
Oh god, they'll find out.
I don't think they'll be very interested at all.
Wow. Vic's got ugly parents.
Yeah.
Daxius, you are able to find Cyrus, speaking with a couple of people in the common room who, it's obvious that he's finishing up purchasing something or selling something. They stand up, give a nod, shake hands, and then head off. The individuals are dressed relatively well, so you're thinking merchant class kind of thing.
I'll just patiently wait for him to finish.
And then they head out, leaving Cyrus where he is. He takes his hat off and hangs it on the knob on the back of the chair that he's been sitting in, and just kind of does one of these.
I'll take what's left of my like half cup of coffee, and I'll just walk up, kind of like not really say anything, but like I'll walk up so like my shadow's blocking the light, so it's obvious that I'm there,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll just silently hand him coffee.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
What is it that you and your friends were up to yesterday?
A lot. We had a meeting with the Ludendorffs.
Oh, gods. What is it
yeah.
that he was harassing you about?
Sorry?
What is it that he was harassing you about?
Actually, we originally harassed his son, and then the son set up a dinner, and then now they offered a joint expedition into some ruins that we are interested in delving into.
Well,
We haven't signed anything yet, though.
It is probably the kind of work that I would be teaching my own students on it as I was taught. No one has mentioned anything to me about some ruins that you were interested in.
Well, I think we plan on getting together as a group later, so maybe if you're interested, you can hear all about it then.
Well,
Yeah.
part of it is sort of my job.
I just don't know what details the party is willing to part with.
Well, I've read what the chapter house in Innsbruck sent down with you. If it was not something that was included in that, I do not know. I've been made aware of certain defects, whatever you shared with Talia. But
Are you aware of the magical item we're looking for?
I know Talia mentioned that there was something important, perhaps that had passed through the city some time ago. It was loose on the details, though. It did not seem very important, I guess.
Fair enough. Well, I'll leave that to probably Lamb. Fuck. Sorry, I just little. Who the fuck's
Having a
Lamb?
stroke?
I think
You
so.
look at me and
Man,
make sure that one side of your face is not sliding down. Oh, it is too late.
Yeah, that lesser restoration that hit me hard. Where was I? Oh right. I'll let Vic.
How about this?
Yeah.
I'm going to have, perhaps, preferably actually, all of you come to explain to me things that have happened to you. Whatever you share with me is what I'm going to consider to be actually important. If you do not share it with me, I will not take it as some sort of tally against you. But it is easier to handle an operation when I'm aware of all of the moving parts.
That's fair. We've just been left a little hands-free lately, so, well, I guess once you know all the details, we better left the how to... I thought you were more in the loop, if I'm going to be honest.
I'm going to say that I know certain things. I've been made aware of the whole, Oliver situation.
Right.
Painfully so, considering I was the one who found his, device.
That's right. He's, is he doing alright?
Sorry, say again?
Is he doing alright? Like, besides from the fact that...
Oliver,
everything.
well, he is healthy. At least they have taken that thing off of his leg. I know Terrace had, some thoughts and theories about that. Some of them rather concerning. He would actually know, considering he has some experience with the planes, I suppose. Deals with the non-material individuals.
Yeah, I have my own theories as well, but they're more educated guesses than anything.
Well, if you have any questions to ask the man before he most likely is taken down to Port Azar by the World Archive, I would try to ask them now. But I'm at least aware of the things that the society's rather concerned about. Magical radiation, certain individuals fucking with anomalies that we're not entirely certain of, and now here in the city we have a mage of some considerable power creating his own dream realm that is half eating up the large neighborhood. Something tells me that there is a, what do you say, pattern to things?
Honestly, I've been too exhausted dealing with anything to step back and look at the grander picture.
Well, I'm thinking that these two events are perhaps not exactly isolated incidents. The realm of dreams is definitely its own plane of existence, and trying to create your own pocket dimension within it. Crazy, stupid, and dangerous, but follows a lot of the same principles as it is to, say, punch a hole and travel through. I myself have not been stupid enough to try to travel to any of the other planes, as it is rather dangerous. But I'm also a sane man, and I have known that the more powerful a magic user becomes, the more unhinged they seem to grow.
I then look upstairs to where I was just talking with Fernix and look back.
At least wizards.
What happened to our... wizards. Okay, well then I have nothing to worry about.
Sorcerers can have a lot of the same problems depending on their need to find something new and have a new powerful piece of magic, but generally it's wizards wanting to fill their book.
Fair. Yeah, it's... I've heard many a story about crazy wizards. At this point, it's just expected.
Yes, well, it is not exactly unfounded. There's a reason why a lot of powerful, indeed very good magic is lost once a wizard dies, because they refuse to write anything down. For one of two reasons. The first is jealousy. They do not wish to share that information with possible rivals, or because they believe they will never die, and they will never have to write it down.
Well, either way, they're fools. Regardless of the small talk, though, I did have... I didn't come here for no reason. I didn't come here to chat. You said I wasn't ready, but I still want to try that meditation again.
He looks to the clock above the bar and sees that it's like not even noon yet, and says, "Well, we have the rest of the day, assuming that you do not have any other preoccupations."
Oh no, I do, but I'm just getting this out of the way first. As soon as I'm done with you, I have to run down the bridge from.
Very good. Well, we could always take up the place outside of the city like we did last time. There are certain sanctuaries here within the city that I think would qualify depending on your desires. But anyways, I shall be mostly here. I might have to speak with Hurst concerning some questions that have recently been raised. But I don't think I'll be far.
Okay. I'm not sure, but I mean, I've never really done it on my own before. I guess I can try.
You can always try. If you want to try something like that on your own, I would suggest a couple of things. Finding the right place is always very good.
Sorry, I thought you were saying sorry, I think I misunderstood.
Oh, well, I can train you, or perhaps you can try and take a whack at it yourself. Both are reasonable. You might make more progress being led at the first, but every student is different.
I think I liked it when it was us.
Very good. Then, I shall be here when you return.
Oh, no, I mean, like, I want to do this now so that I can then run down to Bertram.
Ah, very good.
Sorry.
Then,
The lesser, I got a lesser restoration for my fatigue, and it hit me hard, and I'm still, like, a little discombobulated. Like, I'm fine, but, like, my mind's, like, not caught up, if you know what I mean.
Then I would suggest we walk down the street to the Sanctuary of Tira or the Shrine of Eric. Both of those would most likely be reasonable to use.
All right. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's still within the walls of the city. That's whatever. I trust you.
Right.
Shrines aren't really my. Me and holy sites really don't mesh well.
Well, the nice part about the Shrine of Eric is more that it is a sanctuary. Heavily forested, even if it's not very big, and generally speaking, not a lot of people go there.
Well, that's good enough for me.
Alright. He rises and, leads you thusly. Go ahead and just give me a wisdom check.
Sure. This is what I'm best at, of course. Oh, not bad.
Alright then. So for you, I'm not sure how many hours you want to spend doing this.
2 at most.
Okay. Between now and 1 in the afternoon, you're able to find a decent amount of peace. As you enter into the Shrine of Eric, you are able to find a location that seems to be populated primarily by half worn down statues, most of which the faces have been just worn smooth. And despite like large swaths of the city just being out of sight, it's almost like there's a deadening effect by the trees and the heavy foliage around. And based on that roll, you are actually probably for the first time able to find some amount of peace that is not in sleep. Able to focus yourself to the point that the world around you fades away. You're able to focus simply on perhaps the noise that Cyrus is making, like a repetitive tapping noise, or your ability to slow your own heartbeat. It's perhaps a somewhat alien experience, as it requires you to lose the tension within your body, as well as let go of the often uncontrollable and erratic thoughts that go through your mind. Because something tells me that Daxius has an anxiety disorder.
That's actually maybe. Sure.
If they had words for that in this setting, this time
Yeah.
period.
That seems likely.
It is a relatively alien experience, however, the ability to just be. To exist and not think and not do and just be there in the moment and enjoy the peace and quiet, the coolness of the shrine around you, as opposed to the hot and hectic movements and ululations of the city around you.
Nice. I'll be there for a while.
All right. Okay. Fernix, are you just doing prep before you go to your class?
Yeah, and probably just try to get there a little bit early
All right.
and
And Vic?
stand around.
Well, if it can catch Daxius before he heads off to do his meditation stuff with Cyrus.
Oh, I thought you
drop off
weren't
some
there.
scrolls.
I thought you were still out at that point. I was planning on coming back.
I mean, he probably would have
Yeah.
headed back to Bannerhome at some point.
That's fair. Yeah.
I mean, if
Either way.
just to
Like as we're
drop stuff
walking
off.
out as me and Cyrus are walking out the door.
Daxius, I
Yeah,
got some stuff. Kind of reaches into his bag. So, got these. You can just hold on.
Yeah. Okay.
Got these. Both myself and Sven should be able to cast the spell. So whoever's around, but I figured.
Ben looks up
Get
from
more
his
use
book.
out of all
Vic,
of them.
why are you in my room?
No, you're thankfully
It
standing
says
on
that-
the stoop.
Yeah. Just says that to the empty wall.
It's just a fucking slash cut to Sven in his room, just looks up and says that, and then goes right back to looking at the book like a fucking bat shit weirdo.
We
His
cut
eyes are
back.
completely dilated.
Seeing ghosts
Is
like
it-
some fucking cat.
This book does something to you, man.
And the camera pans down to show Edgar, who's doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's like miming
just-
reading.
Yeah, just do, yeah.
Pretending he can
Hey.
read.
Just holding nothing and then moving the page of the book in mime.
Occasionally, just like
God, that face just makes me think, we're owl exterminators. Jesus.
and I've got this one for our expedition. It's a little strange, but you should be able to put this one to good use. If we get too far separated, I figure we can use this to get some communication, if it's limited.
Huh. I've never heard of this.
Essentially, you speak something into the wind, and if you envision where it's going, you can essentially have the message carried and delivered to that location.
Interesting.
It's a bit strange, but
No, that's useful. Very useful.
Yes.
I will keep this for the expedition and make good use of it.
also appears to be have some sort of typo in it and says its range is 5,280 miles, when it's instead supposed to be 5,280 feet.
That's
Perhaps
it.
whoever designed the scroll.
1 mile.
Yes, they put miles instead of feet for the range.
Oh.
Because it's supposed to be miles per level.
Mm-hmm.
God.
Also, that's not right because it's supposed to be 3.
Interesting.
It's a weird spell.
Yeah, this spell, did you get this at a knockoff store? I'm noticing some issues with it.
Yeah, I
For
don't
some
know.
reason,
It
all
was
the
a very strange
measurement-
man who wrote it.
All the measurement is in kilometers.
course,
Somehow
yeah.
perhaps the translation between the Divine Spellbook and the more arcane one led to some typos.
Perhaps. Is this like a symbol to hell? What is that?
I believe that's a Taco Bell symbol.
Ah,
What
that would
the
make
hell is this?
sense.
Oh, this is just spilled Taco Bell sauce. Okay.
Yes, they were doing that whole
It's
Verde
not
thing,
as
but I think
spicy
they
as I thought it would
discontinued
be.
it. Yes, the hot sauce isn't actually hot.
Damn. You want to get the super hot. That's what's at.
Nothing
I don't think
spicier than a sauce you get at some random gas station on the bad side of town.
I
And
don't
then you
think
go
I.
back there like 2 weeks later and the building isn't even there.
It was all a lie.
Like, it never existed.
Shit.
We've not been cursed.
Needful things, yeah, you just went into that store that teleports around and sells cursed shit.
Yeah. I mean,
Again,
if I was a wizard in the 21st century, I would absolutely do that.
Just fuck with people.
Yeah, have this ultra spicy sauce, but beware, its ill effects. It's just fucking Tabasco sauce.
Dude, I don't think I've ever gone to like a restaurant or fast food place or anywhere that like sells food and they're like, oh, this is mega ultra hot. And I tried it and it was like, yeah, this is hot, but like this isn't like running to grab milk hot.
Now you say that, but I as a white man, it would probably murder me. I have no spice tolerance.
I used to have none. And I learned that once you try spicier stuff, like just that like experiencing it once is enough to like permanently increase your tolerance. Like I had a California Reaper, a small part of one. And like ever since that day, my spice tolerance is so much higher. Like I don't eat spicy stuff very often, but like now I actually enjoy it. Ever since I had the Reaper.
Fair enough. I might try California Reaper just for the morbid curiosity, but that also terrifies me.
It should.
Carolina
That was. It was. I think I had a quarter of one.
Oh god, I thought when you were saying a bit, I was thinking like you took like a nibble. That's all I would take.
I mean, they're not like that big, so it kind of
Yeah, a
quarter is
quarter.
kind of just like a probably
Oh
not.
really?
It's not.
I think I feel like
much.
we're getting
We
we're
are.
getting a little bit.
We are.
We
Yeah.
100% are. So,
Sven pulls out
in any case-
California
At that
Reapers.
point-
Everyone asks where California is. He shrugs.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Carolina. Yeah, like
Then the
Talking
then the
about
tiny
California
Grim
Reaper,
Reaper jumps off of his hand and just cuts one of us, and we just fall dead.
so
Yeah.
anyways, he
well,
hands you the shit.
in any case,
Yeah.
yeah. So for anyone who's curious, the spells were Keep Watch and Whispering Wind, and neither of which are on the cleric's list unless you count subdomains.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's always fun.
Yeah, Whispering Wind is on Bard and Inquisitor, luckily though, so that's why I got it for Daxius and not anyone else.
That's fair. Oh yeah, because you have to make a spellcraft check if you don't have it, right?
Yep. But
well,
Keep Watch is on the Hunter list, so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks. This will help a lot.
Sure. Alright, well. I mean to hold it for too long. I'm sure we all got things to do.
No. You're fine. It's Yep. Have a good day.
So, just
All
let me
right.
know if you need me to cast a spell.
Yeah, of course I will.
And with that awkwardness done,
And as I walk off, I'll just casually turn to Cyrus. Like, I don't think before I've met these guys, I've ever said thank you so casually to anyone. As we're just walking down.
I think he gets like a couple steps before he just kind of glances at you and says, "That's fucked up." Is that kind of fucked up?
Is it kind of fucked up?
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
Shit.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Shit.
Once you think
And-
about it a little harder, it is a bit fucked up.
Guess it is a little bit fucked up. Oh god.
It's that thought that gets you to focus as you manage to make that decent roll and
Yeah.
all right, time passes. Fernix, you head over maybe about like 30 or 45 minutes earlier. You find a space on the south corner of the University of Lunenburg campus. There is indeed a sizable pond that is being maintained, as well as a gazebo and fountain, where apparently that seems to be where Petunia told you that you'd be able to post something. They did take the, I guess, liberty to post some things about it. Let's see what the turnout is like. It's not super great considering the short amount of time. You get like 4 people that show up, and I think a lot of people, or the people that are there, like that do show up by, is it 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock? Oh, 2 o'clock. By 2 o'clock are... Some of them are just, like, interested, like, they don't know what's gonna happen, they don't know what a lot of this entails, so there's not a huge expectation.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'll, like, kind of just be standing there and, like, looking around and just sort of be, like, seeing if anyone else is showing up.
Say about 5 past. It appears that these 4 people are probably going to be it for your first time.
Well, I think everyone's here to learn a new spell, right?
Just sort of a murmur of yeah, yeah.
Oh, good. I was wanting to make sure I hadn't misplaced any of the information. I'm Fernix Foppenhaus, and this is my my spell.
Alright.
So,
how are you going to go about, like, teaching this?
I've got additional castings of it prepared. So I'm like, if anyone would like to be the subject,
Okay. Yeah, some, like a human man, younger, probably like 19, is willing to do that. Like, hands somebody else, like, the book that he's been holding on to.
Alright. Bloop.
Alright.
There you go. Yeah, I go over sort of the like, I guess, like, dynamics of what's happening. And I'm also like, this is sort of your, based off of your inner, your how you see your inner self. So, if it, like, comes out, like, gray or something, don't worry about it. I just probably haven't worked on that.
Okay. So you give him a third arm?
It's up to him.
Okay.
He can just change what he wants to do.
Well, yeah, definitely. I'm gonna say that the arm comes out of, like, under his right arm, because I feel like that's what most people are probably gonna think of first. And it's definitely a holy shit, what do I do with this? The arm does look functional, obviously, and otherwise kind of nondescript in a way. So yeah, you are definitely correct on that regard. Seeing this, at least, the other 3 seem to perk up or pay a little more attention. And as you're explaining things, he tries to, like, first of all, move it around so that it's somewhere else, and then change kind of the appearance, which kind of works. It's definitely apparent that this guy's imagination might need a little bit of work. But he's at least able to make it, look like various monsters' arms, or something larger or something clothed different. And that's about it.
See, there you go. And just 1 second, I go over and yell at some random cats.
Sven from the other room starts screaming.
Yeah, I got another smash cut to across the fucking city.
Hold on, I go over to Sven's room and I put him. Because I know he's not going to shut up otherwise, and then I leave.
Sven goes crashing through the wall.
So,
Okay, yeah, so I let them mess around with it, and, I'm like, okay, I can go through the motions and whatnot. If we need additional castings, I can prepare more, but...
give me an intelligence check. I would say, like, do a charisma to see how you can convey it, but it's 6 1, half dozen the other.
It's the same score. Just, once my browser catches up. There we go. Yeah.
You're thinking it comes up pretty average. It's your first of all, have you ever taught anything like this before?
No.
I'm going to say
No.
that it definitely shows that you're not necessarily incompetent, but that this is something that you sort of just have to learn, strangely
Roll
enough.
for embarrassment.
Thankfully, at least the students are a bit distracted with being able to do this. They don't really notice a lot of that, and despite perhaps having a lack of imagination a bit, most of them seem to be pretty bright. How long are you going to be?
Yeah.
Is it going to be an hour or 2?
I could do 2 hours. It's totally fine.
Okay.
I could probably burn my other casting of the spell for that level 2.
Okay. I would say by, like, as you're nearing the end of the 2-hour mark, you think that these students have the basics of it. You were also wondering that perhaps some of them might have to, like, go back to their dorm, their home, to a classroom, the library, in order to write things down. You as a cleric don't need to do that. You get yours, obviously, divine.
Doesn't learning a spell take a really long time?
Yeah, which is why
Like
I'm not saying that it's not perfect.
I think it's like an hour per level. But,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Still, if they need like they either need to be doing it like with nothing aiding them, and then I think it takes longer, or they're after a scroll or a spell book.
Yeah, in this case, not only do they have like a way to learn the spell, they have somebody who is actively teaching them. So yeah, you think overall that you were successful. You think it probably could have been less clunky, but considering that you've never taught anything
Sure.
before, perhaps not the most disastrous outcome.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I hope it at least comes in useful. Anyhow.
I would say that like the students that do have shown up, like they definitely seem to be excited because this is definitely not among like normal tuition for them. This is not a spell, obviously, that you're going to learn anywhere else because it doesn't exist anywhere else. So they are pioneers, sort of, in that field of learning something that has never been taught to anyone else.
Right, and if you get it down, and feel free to teach as many people as you'd like. I really would appreciate it.
I think one of the guys seems to be enthusiastic about that, but other ones are like, I can't teach anything. I can barely learn half of it.
3 months later, Fernix learns the importance of copyright.
You've been going around casting my spell, I see. The 100
Fernix,
gold per time.
Fernix, did you hear there's a new spell going around called Jerry's Third Arm?
Mm.
Oh wait, somebody's knocking at the door. It's a Pinkerton.
Oh God.
I hand them a letter, and I'm like, I think you'll find my answer in here. I close the door. Explosive runes all the way down.
It's a
And nothing
more
of
literal
value
version
is
of the
lost.
more literal version of a magic card they're not supposed to have.
Yeah.
And that's not legal in this format.
Alright.
Oh
So-
god.
I'm gonna say that you leave there feeling pretty good about yourself. That was very successful. Nobody got hurt. The spell was conveyed. That's success.
Yeah. I quelled the screaming cats of the college that I was warned about.
Daxius, do you go to watch this?
If I have the time to, yeah.
It's up to you.
Well, if it doesn't, I mean, I figured I was meditating for a while, but if I have the time to, absolutely, I'm going to run as fast as I can to
So you
make
got
it.
about an hour between when you said you wanted to end after about 2 hours
shit.
and when he starts his lesson, so you definitely have time.
Oh, if I have an hour, then
It's like a 20-minute walk at worst.
that's fair. However, I also have expeditious retreat. How far? So this is at the Catabraxy College.
No, this is at the University of Lunabrook.
This is at the University of Bannerhome, which is all the way north. The upstairs side of town of where I want to check it up on. So I can't do both. Shit. I guess I'll spend some time before it looking for the sending stone then, actually.
If you're looking
He's a
for,
vendor.
I think who the you want to purchase one?
Yeah.
Okay, that definitely would
Well,
be able to
that's
be
that.
purchased by someone. The question is, can you afford it?
8,000
How
gold.
much? Wait, seriously?
Yes.
I
If we're
thought it
going with
was
the price of the one in
cheaper
our
than that.
inventory. It is not.
Well, then it'd be fucking cheaper for me to do the fucking magic circle.
Yeah. But
Oh no, that's 8,000 to make it.
Oh god,
Make
no, never mind then. Fuck that.
Yeah, that setting stone
Oh.
is honestly a really powerful compared to the shit that I made it off of. 'Cause I think the actual sending stone that's from Pathfinder or 5e is not that much cheaper and is way worse. Way fucking worse.
Well, the 5e one's actually pretty good. I mean, it sends a sending spell which can go across planes.
But it's only to the one that it's matched to.
That's right. Yeah.
This
That's
one can
that's the
connect
one I'm
to
used to.
any. It is functionally a cell phone.
Okay. In that case, is there one like the 5e one that a really discount knockoff one?
You can purchase the older style. It's not that it's a knockoff. It's just that it's an older design. I'm gonna say that
Okay.
a sending stone of this type probably has only existed.
a one-to-one way.
Yeah. So yeah, you'd be able to find something like that, no problem.
Okay. How much would that run me? Because I don't need to give them a cell phone.
Is that just Stone of Sending? No. No, what the fuck is it?
It is a missive stone.
Missive stone?
Message Stone?
That's
That's
missive.
still-
That's 3 miles apart.
yeah, I was like, I think the ones I had for my game were called message stones.
It's a
It's
missive.
still so expensive.
Howie.
Yeah, it's not. Probably not what you were looking for because we are definitely more than 3 miles from.
Yeah.
It is the Stone of Sending, and it is actually the same price as the better one. I think I did that on purpose.
Oh.
So that despite it being... I'm going to say that instead the Stone of Sending is... Considering it's paired... To the individuals can any spell. What? Like maybe 4?
4,000?
Yeah.
That's still a lot, and like, if I spend that, that'll be all the money I got.
Let me see how much just literally
No.
a stone that casts sending is.
That's all I need.
Like,
Like, if you could just embed a sending spell into a stone, that's all I need.
It would be. I think it would be one way, but yeah, it would work.
Sending is like...
Once per day command word for a 4th level spell, which is what sending is, would be 10,000.
Oh my god, fuck this. It's just... Being an adventurer sucks.
I just want to text my buddies.
Yeah, like, come on, man.
What the fuck? Where's my
How am I gonna
AOL
send my-
CD?
Why can't I send my friends' cat videos?
I can cast Sending. It's a 4th level cleric spell.
Yep.
Okay, so if I paid you 2,000 to make...
You...
Wait, no, that's right, no.
I hold up my
Sorry,
hand and I'm just
10,000.
like, stop whining, and I prepare the Sending spell.
Ah! Okay, I'll take
I
it.
guess he could also make the Stone of Sending.
Yeah, for like 5,000, which is still a
Well,
lot.
he would make it for half, so 2,500.
Nope.
No,
half
the
of
original
half.
is 10,000.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, I
you,
see.
You were quoting the... Okay, because I was quoting the purchase price, not the crafting price. So, yeah, and I was being rather fucking generous, too.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's fair. Even 4,000 was generous.
It
I was
works,
just saying
like,
it.
how many times a day? The Sending Stone does?
The one that I made or the one that it replaced?
The one that you made.
Functionally infinite.
Oh. Yeah, because...
Yeah.
This is otherwise a 2-way, 25 words or less message.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay, what was the 4,000 one again?
The Stone of Sending.
Stone of Sending. Which
I don't even
is...
see that in the compendium.
It's in the inventory compendium.
So that's basically like a sending stone, but it only has one receiver.
Yeah, it only has one receiver. It's functionally a
Okay.
walkie-talkie.
I'm spending 4,000 gold on this. I'm right back to where I'm started, being the broke member of the party again. But
If you want to purchase it, if you want to try and convince Fernix to make one for you, it's 2,000 and the geode.
Fernix is already crafting so much. Okay, I'll ask him about that after his, after him teaching. I'll spend that time browsing and then be really pissed, and then I'll disguise myself and go into the lecture.
Yeah, the camera pans back to the crew that's directing you, and you're pissed at the director, and he's like, "What do you want, fucking man? Read the script, asshole!"
Well, fuck you and fuck the script.
Have you seen the video of Christian Bale screaming at the guy?
Yes,
for
that
walking
was
through the
exactly what
lights?
I was thinking of.
Mhm.
Was
Yeah.
Christian Bale's breakdown.
Oh, good for you.
No, walk on,
Oh, good for you.
walk in here
What is
and walk
this?
on my fucking lights.
I think that was from one of the Terminator movies.
Yeah,
The
it was
one that he was in.
the one that he was in that was really bad. I don't
Yeah.
necessarily think that he was the problem with that, but he wasn't fucking helping. Anyways. Yeah. So, yeah, that's what you do. You're able to go over and catch perhaps some... If you want to go watch Fernix's attempts at teaching, you definitely think that it is kind of awkward, but it's not terrible.
I'm gonna send him a message. Put your chin up. You look like you're You look super nervous, and it's very obvious.
I freeze up.
Straight posture.
Just
look above
stand
the crowd,
there.
not at them.
My eyes like open wider, staring at
Oh,
them.
sorry, I didn't realize this would make it worse.
I'm trying to focus.
I stop sending. I just leave it.
Ugh.
All right. So, you, I guess, watch as much as you want to watch after that.
I'm gonna try and like follow along and like replicate it.
Okay.
Like I expected, like, oh, this will be like a hour thing, but I get involved with it like
Okay.
faster than I thought. Just for my own curiosity.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
I mean, I think that means that you're able to understand what's being proposed.
At the least, yeah. I imagine I make like a little like tiny arm. It's like that's not very useful. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'll stick around for the whole thing.
Okay. So, you're able to stick around as long as you want, probably until the end, if that's what you were going for. You'll get the full effect of having learned the spell as well.
Oh. Bet. All
At
right.
least as long as you don't totally fuck it up.
That's fair. Yeah.
That said, Fernix, is this spell available on the Bard's spell list?
I want to say I made it for that.
It doesn't
I mean-
say from what is posted here anyway.
Oh, like the top part of the spell description got cut off. Hold on. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'll let you know as soon as I find that shit.
But
It's a level 2 spell?
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
have a lot of spells, holy shit.
From a while ago. I'm looking at the description on my list, so I'm trying to pull out the Oh well, you know what? First off, you're not helping. Secondly,
Yeah, it doesn't say.
did I have it named something else? I'm trying to find it on my own computer and I'm not finding it. Let's see. No, maybe.
If you just drag it into the chat from your spell list, we might be able to just pop it open and see the actual description.
It's not listed
Yeah.
on that either.
oof.
Like,
How
it
did-
would
How did
be.
you post?
I didn't. That's all you.
How did you post it
We cast it.
originally?
Yeah.
Like when you cast it, just like drag it off your spell sheet and then put it in the chat like
Oh.
this.
Yeah. I
Because when you
was
Yeah.
intending for it to be the same level of spell, but that didn't make it onto the description and hasn't really been a thing for a while. Oh, I'm
Yeah, it's
posting
not
it.
yeah,
There you go.
it's not included in the
It's
spell description.
Womp womp.
Figure out what the hell happened with that. So I'm more like, how did I not have it like named that is the other silly thing. So I'll let you know here in a second.
Okay.
Well, assuming that it is something that can be on the Bard's spell list, you're able to add it to your possible spells.
Okay.
All right. So, With that completed, we're at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. What is everybody doing?
Book, other book, sleep.
Yeah, I don't have any enough of the time to do any of the retraining today, but if I assume that part of the day was just spent looking.
I think it takes you at least an hour to do the search.
Yeah. So I'll just mark it down for later.
Okay.
And then probably go see if he can help out Melia over at the Mdme Carrington's for a while, just keep things organized.
The rest of you?
Yep. I'm gonna do that research thing.
Okay.
I think I need to do skim for that.
Alright.
I will bump into Fernix real quick and say, "Hey, sending stone. Please, pretty please, 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 pretty please.
You mean Stone of Sending, not
oh.
Sending Stone.
See, stone of sending, pretty please."
Oh. I mean, sure. I think we probably will get a fair amount of use out of it.
Well, it's kind of going to one of my followers and never coming back. At least the one half is.
Oh yeah, they come in pairs.
Yeah.
Well, it should be fine then.
All right.
I mean, it'll be good to stay in contact with them anyhow.
Yeah, yeah. That's the intention.
Let's see.
You did good up there, by the way.
Oh. Yeah, right. Kind of. I didn't, mess up my own spell anyway.
That's the important part.
Hmm.
I think I got more or less the handle of it. I can't really, I couldn't really, recreate it perfectly, but, I don't know. It's...
Well...
Also, you mentioned it being gray. Mine was gray. Is that a problem?
Not especially, just... Well... one tends to not think about the color of their inner soul very often, so... I assume people just kind of default to, middle of the road sort of hue. Anyway, it's not a concern now. But if you manage to do that, then well done. I would say that you pretty much know it as well as I do.
I highly doubt that. But, well, if this is what you're able to come up with on your own, I'm very excited what else you have in the pipeline.
We'll have to see here. Let's see, it's about 4 o'clock, so I'm going to be reading until midnight, looks like.
Yep, that might be both of us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to probably be sending Etor out to get food and all that stuff, so...
If you head some to the north side of town, if you can pick me up they have these it's like a flat piece of bread with chocolate on it and some pieces of hardened candy or something. I don't remember what it's called, but it's only at a one specific shop in a corner. It's very hard. It's very easy to miss. But if you find it,
sounds very... It sounds like something. Anyway,
it does sound like
sure.
something.
I'm sure it's good. Yeah. But whatever you want, just to let me know, and we'll sort out the rest when we can.
Cool. Otherwise, I do got to split. I gotta run down the bridge front.
Right.
All right. You head out. Fernix, you go to start your reading. Then you continue to do yours. Even though I think you'll be done by about 6 p.m. Vic. It's all you, baby.
Well, I mean, like I said, I was just helping out with Melia for a few hours until.
Okay. Yeah, you'll
Things
find
calm
it's busy. It's more people have definitely heard that Carrington is offering a lot more like protection and are offering money or other offerings in order to try and get, you know, not dead in their dreams. So it's gonna be a lot of that. She offers some like reassurances, but even with Melia's help, it is apparent that they're people. They can only do so much. Especially as the area of effect of the Dreamstone is ever growing. Hey, Daxius, so you're just back at the bridge front looking for people?
Yeah, the rest of my followers were doing that throughout the day, so I'm just rendezvousing with them, being like, "Hey, let me know where I can help," and then just slowly taking the lead from where they left off.
Okay. So you already got a pretty decent. I think you got like 2 good rolls and 1 kind of mediocre one.
Yeah.
So you'll end up with another person by the end of today. A cultist who is definitely on the younger side. Similarly disaffected with a lot of the world. Was hoping that the cult would be able to restore some amount of power to Bridgefront so they could... There is definitely an aspect of revenge towards the nobles who they blame as being part and parcel to their own destitution. So...
Oh no, they definitely are. Trust me, I would like nothing more, but for you, buddy, if you don't leave town, you're dead. So let's go.
Actually,
or
female.
Jailed.
Shockingly, female.
Yeah, yeah, come on, buddy. Let's go.
Everyone's a dude. You're a dude, he's a dude, she's a dude, we're all dudes.
Yeah, exactly.
Misgenders somebody, looks at them, hole's a hole, it doesn't matter.
Real.
Alright. So, that basically brings everybody to the end of the day. Does anything happen before everyone just retires to bed?
I was going to, before all that, like, throw a, what was it? I had extended astral limb. I can throw that into a potion and then have Etor go take that to Turs and not just mutely hand it to him, but actually communicate to him what it is and, you know.
Alright.
Also be like, you know, as always, if you don't want it, you don't gotta have it. But,
Yep.
yeah. And finish up that research and also have him ask people about going to do some dream walking communally. Probably either tonight or tomorrow.
Okay. Everybody should be like back at Bannerhome by now, I'm assuming.
I would assume so as well.
So you all get the message. How much Etor actually explains anything is questionable.
He brings all of you just a written note. He doesn't say anything to you. Mm.
Yeah, that's a better solution.
And I know you can speak.
He just doesn't acknowledge you and just goes off.
All right.
It's just dream walking tonight, tomorrow maybe.
I had an interest.
Be back at midnight.
It's like a text message you send someone when you're not going to check your phone for like 6 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Might be back or dead.
We'll see. Depends on how the day goes.
If it's a really good night, you know, might just die.
Vic, you and Daxius are the ones that get that first because I think you are, or not Daxius, Vic and Sven, you get that first because you are most likely to be back at Bannerhome at a more reasonable time, or just live there now, as the case may be. Daxius, I don't know how late you're gonna stay out.
It was around 9 that I started the book last time, so about then, yeah.
Okay. All right. So you'll get it about that time too.
Lexi, so you need me to cast the spell for tonight?
Well, if we're going dream walking, maybe not, because it's either I do one or the other.
Well, that's...
Well, actually,
Difficult.
no, that's right. With the dream walk, I could do both with the dream walking spell.
Wait, so out of character, dream walking spell, or like... Because when I talked to Melia, like, the only way that it seemed possible was either through the fish head thing from earlier, or like basically learning how to do it.
I'm assuming
That was my understanding.
that Fernix explained the Ioun situation, and that he portrayed it that way.
I did. We talked about it a while ago, though, so...
Maybe just reiterate it again.
Yeah, they're
parts.
they're kind of like... it's not so much like they're trapped in there as that, like, that might be just sort of how stuff is now. And, you know, some of them just replaying a few seconds over and over, and other ones going through longer loops, but more aware of things, so...
So Sven, that's probably the first time in a while that you've had the Ioun referred to of late. And, yeah.
Well, we could...
Let's see. How do I edit this top matter?
He just doesn't answer.
Wait, was I asked a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sven, I basically said this is the first time that the Ioun Stone has been referred to in quite a while, and perhaps that would be something your character would be interested in, considering the direction that you want to go.
Yeah, I didn't hear when it was mentioned.
What the stone, or what you're going to do with it?
What we're gonna do with it?
You're going to enter the dream plane.
With the Ioun Stone?
Yes.
Do I think that's a good idea?
And,
I think it's an interesting idea.
I'm assuming that Fernix, if not now, has explained in the past that it's sort of like accessing memories.
I guess my only worry is getting Caligaro's eyes on us, which they're probably already on us, but like, he might not see us as a genuine threat until we try and invade. I don't know. I am impartial, really.
The two of you who have read the book, you will know that the dream world that you would enter would not be something that would fall into his domain, because his dream world is only as big as it covers Bridgefront, and you are nowhere near that.
Right.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say.
Still might take notice, though.
From I mean, you're really not wrong. Can we just say that Fernix is here with us, because I don't want to have to
I
have
thought
a
we were all
conversation
together.
about what...
We're all together.
Yes.
Because I thought this was like right after Etor just handed us the note and then left.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did too, but...
That's it. But we're all together. Moving on.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm back.
Yeah, welcome
bitches.
back.
Just kidding.
I'm also back from reading book. I don't know
Yes.
why you guys come into my room so often.
This is the only room with air conditioning. I mean, an open window.
It's nicer in here.
Are we all in my
Can we
room
get a
again?
chuckle?
I was assuming
Yeah.
you were in Fernix's room, maybe.
It's actually my room,
please.
but
I'm
Oh, I
going to
couldn't tell the
commit
difference.
various war
die
crimes.
Sven's been in Fernix's room all day.
hey, wait, I don't have hair to. Oh,
That's why
I'll
that's hurt.
just clean my sheets later.
Yes, it is summer. It is fall, a new season. I am shedding. I'm sorry. You will have to vacuum up.
God, am I shedding? Oh God, I am.
Cast Hoover's handy.
Oh no! Hold on. Hoover gives you a handy?
Yeah. Whoa.
It works both
Wrong
ways.
spell! Wrong spell!
Hoover's
Is it
reach around.
Hoover the man or Hoover the vacuum? Because both are funny,
Yes.
just for different reasons. Yeah, well, I'm
Okay,
just told you
cancel
to
the
put your dick in the
spell,
vacuum
cancel the
cleaner.
I don't think this is a cleaning spell.
Anyhow.
Well, if my understanding of the dream plane is semi-correct, there's enough of a separation that I don't think we would need to be worried, especially this far over in Bannerhome. It's almost as if, how do I say this? Imagine that instead of being a fully realized world, it's pieces of paper. We like flat two-dimensional beings. If you had two sheets of paper and on the same general area, but in two different spaces, not necessarily touching each other, they're both the same dimension. They're both this flat sort of space, but they're, separated. They see only what's in that. It's their representation of the realm and aren't able to, interact with the other realms despite them being functionally the same. Perhaps I'm, I don't know. It's not my area of expertise. It's just sort of how I was thinking of it.
Yeah, I don't understand what you're trying to say, if I'm being completely honest with you. But I'll take your word for it.
Well,
It's,
it should
two
just
different
be
paintings.
like the area inside of the Ioun itself. So, I don't know if it'll be connected to the rest of the dream plane, but hasn't been a problem for me before.
Are dreams not close to memories? Are they two not closely
so.
linked?
Yes, sometimes there are things that can come up from your memory, or are sort of an amalgamation of various components from memories.
I heard a tale of adventurers who would put a portable hole into a bag of holding, or vice versa, and it causes a tear. Do we know it is safe to drain the Ioun Stone and it won't create a similar tear?
No, we're going to go into the Ioun Stone.
Oh,
We are going to dreamwalk into the Ioun. Yes, which is why I'm very glad that we got past that one. Yes, by focusing on the Ioun, we should be able to direct our consciousness into it, and then we won't have to worry about presumably the rest of what's going on. But,
I misunderstood what you were saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I was trying to follow along with what was going on, what you're talking about anyway. So,
Okay, is this separate from the dream stuff, or?
Different
this
layers.
is
They're both the dream plane, but they're not inhabiting the same area. They're not connected. They're just
Yes, I
same thing.
understand.
right. And well, it's been a few days, maybe a week even, since I've been there. So
Right, 3.
3 weeks.
Do
Oh,
we
wow.
know? Do we know how to walk into this Ioun Stone.
Yeah, the dream walking. It's
Just a spell?
well, you were familiar with it. Daxius was familiar with it. It's sort of a meditative process.
Right. Meditation. Yes, I'm practically an expert at this point.
Right.
And why are you always so stressed?
Me stressed? What are you talking about? I'm as carefree as ever, you know.
Normally, when you hear someone say that they are a master at meditation, you think of a monk or someone who is very in control of their emotions and very even-tempered. Daxius, you do not strike me as, he pauses, someone who is good at meditation.
Well, you'd be very surprised, I think, Sven. In fact,
He meditates right in front of me to prove a point.
you know, you know what? Yeah, back to this Ioun stuff. That was interesting, huh?
Ioun.
Ioun.
You're saying
Yes,
it weird.
Vic, did you want me to go over it with you, or
Yes, if we were able to get the process down, it'd be helpful. Just like not paying attention to that side conversation at all.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Yes, and the fundamentals aren't they're not too complicated, but it does seem like the main challenge is keeping track of doing it while also falling asleep.
I could see that.
When they're saying that, I just lean into Sven like, yeah, Ioun? Ioun?
It's Ioun.
Ioun.
You're close. You're close. It's something with your accent.
I've only ever read it in books and I didn't say it out loud. Ioun. Yeah, I keep practicing as the
No,
conversation continues.
you're saying it like two words. You're saying I own. It's Ioun.
Ioun.
You're close enough.
All right. No.
I can feel myself losing brain cells.
Yeah, I do too. So,
Yeah, I had to cast a
It's not
protection
Ioun,
from
it's Ioun.
intelligence loss.
so
Well,
I
we dip below 3
Well,
intelligence, we
definitely.
start forgetting how to speak languages.
I don't think your caster level's high enough to get past this.
Now, would this be damage, drain, or penalty?
Drain.
damage.
Yes.
Drain.
Is
Gotcha.
drain.
Damage. Brain damage. And the brain damage. And the brain damage. And the brain damage. Hey, when did you guys get here? So, where are you gonna do this?
In Bannerhome seems fine. But I'm also like, not that, not that I'm like, we should sleep in the same room. But I'm like, if it's necessary, then I guess we should probably set up something that's like comfortable. But if we don't have to, then I'd be like, you don't have to be in my room. And you won't be.
Proximity isn't a bad thing.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess Bannerhome's the safest place to try this out.
Yeah.
See if it's not a Achilles.
Yeah, one night with the JRPG treatment is not going to kill us. We all have to sleep in the same room, possibly with beds that are right next to each other.
It's 4 people in a twin-sized bed.
Proximity isn't a bad thing. Me at court arguing against the restraining order.
So, either way,
I'm fine with the floor.
I'm fine with the
Sleep in a
ceiling.
bed. What is wrong with you people?
I mean, I slept on the floor for years. It's fine.
No wonder you have random injuries when you wake up in the morning.
How do you know that?
I can tell you're walking funny, and it's not because you had a night with someone that you regret.
Shit, you know me too well.
Well, you
Anyways,
also
are we doing this or what?
tend to-
I'm gonna say that the
yeah.
two bedrooms that are like adjacent to one another would be close enough as long as you put the Ioun against, like, say, the wall,
Yeah,
so you can spread out at
You do
least a
that.
little bit.
that works. And I'm like, it's right here. No, poke, poke, poke.
All right.
We have a habit of dilly-dallying. Shall we, If we're gonna do this, might as well do it.
Yes, I think you'd all better get to sleep.
Oh my god.
That took me so off guard.
Yes, I guess we'd better.
All right.
Oh,
So
good night.
I'm sure for at least one person who hasn't done this before, your thought is, "This is stupid." Just, as you're sitting there trying to do that. And Fernix, you're already accustomed to this. You've at least done this once before. For the rest of you, it is sort of a, how do we know this is working kind of thing. It's like when you've dropped acid for the first time, and you're waiting for the walls to turn purple. God.
Oh shit.
That reminds me of a meme, but I'm gonna look it up later.
The waiting for the other shoe to drop situation.
Kinda. And it's like kind of watching the world fade as you almost functionally enter sleep. And for those of you who haven't done this before, you probably think you're just falling asleep. But as time goes on through the darkness, you begin to hear the sound of people talking in a loud room. The clink of glasses, the rumble of something shaking the building around you. A loud conversation here or there, something smashing on the ground, and as you open your eyes, you find yourself sitting at a table in a sizable bar. One where the only thing made of wood is the floor. The walls are wide, mostly metal, covered with posters and placards in a language that nobody can read. Wide windows look out on grimy, dingy streets. A light rain seems to be falling, and something rumbles by outside on the street that nobody pays any attention to. You also notice that every other person in the room, none of which pay you any amount of attention, all look pretty much the same. Humanoid in shape, but they have 4 arms, ending in almost like thin claws, 3 fingers, 1 thumb. Kind of draconid appearance and face with horns and a bit of a muzzle, but no tail. Most of them are dressed in drab clothing, grays, browns, blacks, whites. Some of them have gear on them that would remind you of, say, somebody who works in like a factory or a foundry. Others have stripes and belts that make you think of somebody who's in the military. At one side of the room, which is very obviously a bar considering what is being poured and served, is a bar that runs the length of the room, behind which is a large, mirrored back wall of glittering liquor bottles in almost neon colors.
I beeline to the bar.
Yeah. Daxius ignores everything else that is developed and runs right for the bar.
I have one question and that's it. Can I get
Oh,
drunk
that was
in the dream
fast.
world?
I will myself to be drunk without needing a drink. I show superiority over Daxius this way.
Fernix, you do see at least one person who was here during the event that you had replayed, that being Terex, who is sitting at his at the same table he was at. There is the drink where his older brother had sat, but either his brother has already gone or has not yet arrived.
Oh, Terex, you're right here.
He looks up to you, probably one of the few who acknowledges your presence. And I will say that while they are Draconin in appearance, their skin isn't... It's almost the same dull color as the Ioun Stone. His eyes are pretty bright and yellow. 4 eyes, one set above the other. Looks up towards you, one hand holding a glass, and says, "Oh, you're back.
Mhm.
I don't know
I'm
how
sorry,
long you were
it's so long.
gone. Where were you
Well-
again?"
Oh, Fernix?
Right. Yeah.
Are you alright?
I really can't leave this room. And time here means kind of nothing to me.
Hmm.
And the best
Well-
I can do is this. And he just kind of like holds his one of his hands up, his free hand, and you watch as the people in the room begin to do everything in reverse. Drinks are poured back into the bottles, put back on
Hey,
the
hey, hey! I
shelf.
was having that.
People move away. You watch as the bartender goes over and retrieves the drinks that he had given to Terex, and you watch as his brother walks back in through the bar in reverse, but he stops it as his brother is about halfway through the bar, and then time continues forward. His brother leaves in a
Right.
huff, and the noise of the room resumes.
That's right. I was sort of in your seat in more ways than one when I got here the first time. But these are all of my friends. We had a few things to wrap up. But
Ben is currently not paying attention. He's looking around to see if there's anyone hot.
They mostly look the same. Depends on what you're into.
Hmm.
It also doesn't help that a lot of people aren't really... Your furniture, basically. Like, they don't notice you. You might as well not be here.
One turns to you. Have you heard of the High Elves?
Oh god. I look outside, there's a cart going by. Has the Dragonborn on it, shake my head.
It's really
That's
the
hilarious.
Alfred Molina from Spider-Man.
well, I guess we could go through some of that again. Probably wouldn't be so bad since, well, I mean, even we're a bit out of it, if you can believe that.
He looks between everybody. Not Daxius, since you rushed for the bar. And more or less goes, "Sure, fine." He reverses time again. You watch as he also seems to run back through the same conversation with his brother, which, when he experiences the memory, it becomes pretty violent, where he stands up and throws a glass at his brother, which gets him to leave. His brother, obviously the glass returns to the bar. His brother stands up, reverses out, and then the scene commences. Him hungover, mostly drunk, and then watching his brother come in. Terex himself is dressed in fatigues, functionally speaking, with a heavy coat over his figure, whereas when his brother enters, he is dressed in pretty nice, well-made, but otherwise very functional laboratory outfit. White with a black stripe that runs across. Black slacks, heavy boots. Moves over and more or less says, "Well, I thought I would find you here, drowning your sorrows again." Terex looks up and says, "Oh, fuck off, what do you want?" Which, his brother, Warren, sits down, orders a drink, and then begins to speak to him regarding their own father, who wants him to take up a new role. Getting on one of the colony ships to the other side of the galaxy, where he has a role for him. And Terex more or less tells Goran to go fuck himself, saying he doesn't want that and he's not gonna play his father's pithy little games, and that he can go play with his black matter all by himself. Goran very obviously gets a bit snippy and says something along the lines of, well, calm was enough now, wasn't he? Which gets Terex to grab his drink, stand up, and throw it right at his brother, who dives to the side. The glass hits the ground and shatters, sending shards and booze, probably, smearing across the ground. His brother then stands up and more or less says, "You're still the fuck up we thought you were." And then stands up and leaves in a huff, leaving Terex miserable. As the scene comes to an end, it's almost like the movie ends, where Terex is no longer fitting the role, and he stands up and says, "Are you happy?"
I'm just trying to get them up to speed as soon as possible. Just sort of what you've been dealing with.
He gives a bit of a shrug and sits down again and says, "What I've been dealing with, it's this, again and again and again. At least I can stop it. There's no passage of time here. The same fucking trucks go by outside. I can hear the same fucking tram rumbling a few streets over, and I'm pretty sure it's the same fucking song playing over the intercom. How would you deal with it?"
I'd probably get pissed off eventually.
I don't recognize most of those words.
Well,
Sounds annoying though.
So the truck is like that. The big. Oh, it's sort of blurry right now.
He, more or less, as you're
Out
saying
there.
this, it goes past again. The same black and steel goes to the corner, makes a right, and vanishes out of sight. He just kind of gestures, says, "Yep." Now wait for the tram. And like a few seconds later, the building begins to shake a little bit. The glass on the display behind the bar rattling against itself. It lasts for a couple seconds and then passes on. Nobody pays any attention to it.
Is there anything even comparable to this kind of place in our world?
Other than that fact that it's a bar? No, not really.
Not even like a gnomish place?
Possibly, considering the gnomes are much more inclined that way. A lot more bronze, brass, copper, steel, iron, things like that. I'm not entirely certain how well traveled you are, especially in the southern reaches. But I'm pretty sure, bare minimum, you've heard of things like that.
Like the stories of both gnomes and the waters. It's like they both came together.
This is
It's
very strange.
far in history before even our recorded history would be. So,
You would think that this is more of a future thing.
right.
I don't. Humans
I don't
have
want to
been
get into the cyclical nature of time theory sort of thing, but yeah.
Humans have been doing the exact same thing for so long. They've just been growing wider.
Mhm.
How far into the future would these have to? Yes, never mind. It's not important.
Or yes, if it's if we view time as having only one stream, then if it would be towards the end point of ours, then that would certainly be something. But we've come to the impression that it's far distant past.
You think this is the past?
That's what I've been led to believe.
It would make more sense than to have this stone of somehow seen into the future.
Mhm.
Either way, that raises questions.
Guess that does make sense, but well, and history does only stretch so far back in the records. Books do decay. Maybe there was a time so long ago that the world was like this, and it was. Sven looks around the room. It's only humans. He's like,
It's
No,
not
it's-
humans.
oh.
Oh,
No.
fuck no. Like I said, they're
Forearm.
functionally... They look like they're made of iron. They've got 4
You-
arms, 4
Oh,
eyes, very
I missed
draconic appearances.
I missed that part.
You asked if they were hot, and Gray's like,
I missed
I'm-
that part.
I'm not entirely certain you could tell the men from the women. They're all very tall, pretty thin.
All right, we have
Yeah.
to roll a d20 to see how into it Sven is. Oh, he likes it.
Fucking god.
As Sven is trying to decide this, can I like hit him over the back of the head with a bottle?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Daxius, you were also served a highball of some red liquid. The bartender
Ooh.
looks at you, but he doesn't really see you. Like his eyes, whereas Teryx's are like a yellow sclera with like a bit of a lighter color that seems to indicate an iris. The bartenders are purple. All 4 eyes focus on you, pour the drink, pushes it towards you, and then looks away like you don't even exist.
Before he gets out of arm's reach, I just want to like poke his forehead and see if he like reacts at all.
You reach out and touch him, and he just kind of turns around and says, "Buddy, fuck off! If you're that goddamn drunk, go up the street to the whorehouse there."
sorry.
Daxius leaves, goes to the whorehouse.
I mean, don't tempt me, buddy. So,
You-
He's already left.
Do you imbibe?
absolutely, yeah.
You take
right
it
after
in.
that.
Give me a fort save.
Oh God, let's go!
I will too. The chance to try Ioun people dream beer. Oh, absolutely.
Now you're tempting me, especially because I'm like, it's red, and the first thing I thought of was cough syrup, and then I was like, but
No,
wait, sometimes
lighter.
cough syrup is cherry flavored.
Oh,
Oh
wait a
no!
minute. Am I drinking what I think I'm drinking?
It's a lighter color than that. It's like fire engine red. Comes out
Is
of a
this
crystal
gas?
bottle.
Okay.
Is
No,
this gas?
no. I said literally fire engine paint red.
Oh,
It's obviously
Wow.
thin though, like liquor would be. So you take it in, and you're not sure if it really has a flavor as it hits your stomach, and it almost makes you spasm, like eyes can't focus, hit the ground, sort of like, think Gargle Blaster, like level
Oh.
of Jesus fucking Christ.
What the
Sven.
fuck?
You take one too and have a similar reaction, but not nearly as violent.
I've had
Moonshine through a straw.
I've had stronger dwarven brews.
Drink fucking moonshine, bro. On its own.
It is pretty strong though. I won't lie. He puts the drink
Oh.
down.
Considering that, Teryx, didn't you say that your bodies are all sort of like artificially constructed?
He looks up and says, I don't fucking know. We're all mostly
Oh.
born and look like this.
I can't
Oh.
see.
Well, I
I've-
must be thinking of something else anyway.
Personally, I have no fucking idea what any of you are.
Well, that I'm a Draken who's half kobold, and now I realize what a mouthful that is.
Sven leans over. Actually, wants to gather the party for a sidebar.
Hold on, I guess.
Yeah, as the other look away, he just like goes back to like his drink.
I shrug, and we get like the 10 feet away or whatever.
So is
'Cause I
this,
assume the bar's loud.
is this a real person capable of making new thoughts, or is this just
Yes.
a memory? This is a real person trapped here.
It's at least the mental part of that.
Jesus Christ, that must be torment.
like as you said, he remembered, or as you heard, he remembered who I was, and has been just experiencing the same thing over and over again, which is enough to get anyone to really just want to go crazy, probably.
Do you think we could propose him to give him a body and drag him out of this?
Yes.
That was a very quick yes.
Okay, so
Well,
we're
that's
just going
why-
to give a random spirit a body that could have been from any time and could have any intentions, and just we're not going to worry about that.
Well,
It's a very strong assumption that's something we could actually do.
Fair point.
I imagine it's a
Right.
lot more complicated than just handing him a body.
He's one of a small sample size, though. Like the Ioun that we've got is more like a bunch of different chunks of different people's consciousnesses.
That's the other thing. Is this only... I see him in full here, but we only have a small part. Is this a small part of him?
Right. It's what I believe anyway.
What if it's the evil part?
It definitely him beating himself up over whatever went here.
What's the only part left, at least?
You know, I wonder if we were able to bring him out, if he could guide us to the rest of him. Or where this, and he kind of gestures to the huge amount of Ioun people, is or went.
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. And the other thing, I guess, is just sort of, if there had been any change, I had to at least check on that. But I'd like to do what I can to not just leave him trapped here infinitely.
Yes, I agree. And there might be many others who are in a similar fate.
Mm-hmm.
This is...
But right. I had
concerning. If this was the past, what would have happened?
Yeah, it certainly raises a lot of questions, especially since, well, magic didn't always used to work the way that it does now. So
Really, it didn't.
I'm willing to admit to the possibility that maybe even that version of magic had a prior version that worked differently, and so on and so forth. So we could be dealing with very far back in the past.
Touch
just-
my brain to think about.
Right. It would probably be easier if they could maybe get some context and we could try to figure it out together. I suppose the main thing that I'd hoped to bring up earlier, but I just turned around and I grabbed Terex by the arm. Hey, get over here.
Fuck what?
You know, guys, looking at the world map, it does kind of look like ours in a very far future kind of way.
I mean, I was kind of looking at it too. It does. I mean, a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Was anyone looking at Gray's face for a reaction? I had that on this. Fuck!
I wasn't because I was worried. Spoilers. If I looked.
I was, but I'll never tell.
Shit.
Anyways, you grab him. He obviously gives like a grunt, like what?
Come over here.
Jesus, God, what?
I just kind of shake my head at him. You know, like you haven't been sitting there the rest of this time. All right. Well, the main reason I wanted to come back here was to meet and greet, first of all. make sure that we could all actually get here and talk in the dream space, and also to bring you on the same page as us as far as what we might be able to do.
Wait, dream
Just
space?
Yeah. This is sort of like, well, I don't know what this is exactly, but we're able to access this as though it were like a shared dream.
Means I'm probably dead.
It's possible.
It's mostly probable. I wonder what happens to us when we, you know...
Well,
Assume we are reconstituted, somebody manages to get us back, but...
what would reconstituted mean?
Revivified. We have doctors too.
Yes. So, we might be able to put together a sort of artificial body, and then put the ion that you're in currently into it.
I don't know.
And
I
we're
mean,
told...
I was able to feel... The thing is, before you showed up, I think this has been playing, but there is no real point of reference. It felt like something was going on, but I had no real concept of it. And to be honest, the amount of time between you going out into that door I couldn't cross the threshold of, and now, I'm not sure if that was a lot of time or 10 minutes.
It wasn't a small amount of time on our end, but a couple of weeks. Just, yeah. I don't want to burden you with all the details, but people have been dying. We've been trying to do something to make that stop happening. So, it's not for lack of trying. And
Right.
the construct detail just sort of came up recently. But I would want to make sure that you were okay with that first before proceeding with anything that might affect you for the worse, for all I know.
He just
And
kind of
him-
like looks down over a lot of your clothes and says, I have no point of reference what the hell's going on outside of this. I mean, obviously you're not
You-
from Tyrus. Don't
Do you
fucking
know
look
the
like one of us.
concept? Do you know the concept of
No.
a golem?
He,
I
like,
kind of smile.
not really. The word doesn't mean anything to me.
I don't want to say mechanical, but a construct that is more so sculpted and then given animation.
An android.
Mhm.
That word means nothing to me.
Whatever. Artificial person.
We could make a body, and the stone that you are currently trapped in perhaps could animate it and free you. This is very speculative, but it might work. I need to research a lot more, though.
Mm-hmm. Both of us
Been
would.
been very interested in these constructs lately, Sven, haven't you?
They're fascinating, and they're not talked about very much. You saw the one back in Innsbruck, the one that... So bad with names. I'm so bad with names. Oh, his name's on the tip of my tongue. The crime boss.
Mhm.
Ash.
Ash. The one that Ash had. They're very interesting creatures, and you don't see enough of them.
You know, they're very expensive and difficult to make, and not very useful outside of many situations.
Could be useful in this one.
One that could reason and think on their own would certainly be far different from the constructs that I'm used to hearing about.
Yes, it's an interesting thought, but it's so far beyond what we would have any concept of in this group. Something we would need to talk to someone about.
Mhm.
I wonder how many people even know that there's the potential for some sort of life force being trapped in one of these Ioun Stones.
I don't know if they do. And
We researched it, and I don't think any of us saw anything like that.
I
No.
certainly have not.
it does seem as though some sort of activity that's occurring in the stone ceases once it's used to create something, so I've been cautious about even thinking about using it. Just the idea that... Anyway. Yeah. The other thing being, well, it's sort of like a what's the term? Like with a bow, a composite. Yes, it's a composite crystal, and you're not the only one of your kind who's on here. So that additionally is where I'm going to need some sort of clarification. If it's a matter of you versus someone else or whatnot, then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But like I said, even this has got to be better than non-existing at all.
You know, with how rare Ioun Stone is, I wonder if it's more... Perhaps this is the only person, and they've just been fragmented.
No, they're different. I'm not obviously so familiar with your race, but they look different enough to me.
Ben looks around, sees that they all kind of look the same. I thought.
There's different areas inside of the stone. This is only one room.
Mm-hmm.
Well, obviously somebody else is still around, because you could leave this room when I couldn't. This isn't a dream
Yeah.
space. This is our collective consciousness.
I see. So you were right on the money, Sven. It's a like accessing a memory, just more like an actively going one.
Wait, so if we were to bring you out, we would bring everyone.
I don't think
Maybe
so.
not.
There's enough of me that I'm able to remember at least up to this point.
And the others?
Oh no, I wasn't able to leave the room when he did.
Yeah. Fernix and his brother are the only ones that I was able to talk with, and I couldn't talk
no.
to his brother when I...
Goran's not
Wasn't
here. He leaves the room. It's just a memory. I'm the only one here.
Yeah. It made me think maybe something else was going on at first, but it does seem to be just sort of based off of what you remembered. Even you said it went down differently, so...
Yeah. We were able to talk with Goran without throwing a glass at him when he brought up my axe.
Well, helps that I didn't know who that was.
Yeah, that probably helps. But either way, you obviously must have found somebody else, because you never came back here once you left.
Yes.
How
I'm
long
sorry,
has that for you?
Sorry, two people spoke over each other. I didn't really...
Oh.
How long has it been for you since he's been here?
I mean, in this memory? It seems to end maybe a couple minutes after he leaves. That's it.
Well, you
Well-
said that he never came back. How long has it felt to you that he's been gone?
He means me.
No, yeah, I was talking about this one.
You said that time is
Yeah.
not really static or consistent. He is unable to tell the exact amount of time that's passed relative to any interactions with Fernix or us.
True. And lacking a point of reference, I don't think, even if you made a mark on the wall, it doesn't stay, does it?
Once it resets, it resets. Goran doesn't always have to come in. I'm able to keep time flowing before or after, but it eventually repeats no matter what.
Mm-hmm. And only mentally being able to keep track of the number of repetitions, good luck.
Well, eventually I got tired of speaking to Goran and being forced to go through that same shitty conversation again and again and again. But the only parts I'd replay were everything before he showed up. I have some amount of control, but not much.
Well, I guess we have a lot of questions, but ultimately I wanted to try and not have to describe all of this.
I don't know. I was a soldier. Damn. It was. Whatever. Most of what I understood was about putting things in the ground and putting flags on top of that. Goran was the one that understood any amount of science and technology. Somehow it's me that ends up having to be whatever the hell this is.
He doesn't seem to be similarly trapped.
I can't leave this room. Obviously, he must access the hallway between us outside that door, but I can't cross the threshold. He could, and he points to Fernix. I tried to follow, and it was like touching a solid wall.
Perhaps we should see about this.
Yeah. There's one other, like I mentioned, who's as cognizant as you are at least, and also has things to bring to the table, so it's not as though I'm trying to make some sort of choice between you, but I'm letting you know in case there's any sort of timeshare situation going on.
I don't know. Not any point of reference. I don't know if part of him's in here, or I don't know.
Exactly. But, like I said, I'm gonna show them around. I'll try to pop back in more frequently when I can.
Yeah, sure. Just, whoever else is out there, at least tell them that there's somebody else still here that's, hasn't returned to the river.
Well,
The fact that I haven't doesn't bode well.
I'll let them know if I see anyone that reminds me of you.
Sure. Sure. And he just kind of slides back, taking his glass with him, and goes back to the same table.
Sorry I didn't have more interesting conversation, but maybe won't have to put up with this for much longer. We'll see.
He turns around, kind of raising up all four arms, and says, "How would I know? I don't know when this was in my life. I don't know what happened after this, so I have no point of reference."
Alright. Hope to see you again all the same.
At least keeps me from going insane. And I don't have to talk to my brother.
I head over to the door and just kind of glance back once before I go and just sort of. It's the one that Is this the one that opens on its own?
No,
I think
this
the
is
other
a
one,
this is a manual door. It's a glass,
Yeah.
like a glass window diner door that looks out onto the street.
Yeah, I just swing that open.
As it opens, those of you who are watching see that despite the image through the doorway showing the street, indeed showing the outside of the building as it swings open, it opens into a hallway instead, with colored carpeting, with paper on the walls, painted ceiling, and doors lining it, most of which are boarded or barred over or otherwise locked shut.
And I just step out into it.
I go to walk through, and then I mime it being a solid wall. Perform.
It's not great, but not terrible.
Then he says, "No, I'm just kidding," and I walk through.
You've broken your vow of silence long ago.
Just before we head forward, just Dax thinking in his head. I highly doubt it, but he mentioned that we obviously didn't look like we were from Tyrus. Does that name ring even the smallest of bells in my head?
That's a good point.
Pyrrhus? No.
I assumed no.
No.
Yeah, I assume so as well. But
I would like to roll legendary tales. No.
Even on a nat 20, bitch, I can't give you information your people would have no fucking way of having.
Hey, man. I use my inspiration. Now you have to give it to me. No.
No, the only way that I'd be able to give it or forced to give it to you is if you use that fucking ring and spend however many months ruminating on it, and I don't think you're gonna do that.
That honest, I give it to Lugo. Lugo, I have a job for you finally.
God, that shit
It's how the
is
campaign
so
ends.
cute.
Sven gets unlocked by his own ring that he just can't stop channeling it, so he's just stuck there, and we're like, he's the one who was doing all the research, so.
Ironically, that would be such an interesting use of the ring.
So, as you step out in the hallway, the door obviously swings shut like a diner door would behind you, and the noise from the bar, from the street, stops, as if it doesn't exist. You can look in through the door into the room where you're able to see him sitting there, but even if he looks your direction, it doesn't seem like he can see you. The doors that line it, and this hallway goes as far as the eye can see. The doors that line it are all of different shapes, different makes. Many are metal, but pretty much all of them look to be in either a state of total lockdown or disrepair.
terrifying.
Yes. So, some of these you don't want to go into and just... Let's see, which one was it? I think it was 3 or 4. The third of... Yeah. I'll remember it before we go in. But the second one was definitely okay, just, let's see. It's over here?
So yeah, the first 2 that you come across, not including the diner, were safe. It was a third one, which is the only one on your right, is the one you don't want to open.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that one.
Well, now I want to open
What's
No,
What was
I
behind it?
really don't play around. If we die here, we will probably die for real.
what was behind the door, if you remember?
A window exploding into blackness over and over again, and people flying out into it and screaming.
Hmm.
That does sound
Jesus.
pretty bad.
Yeah. I happened to be being a little bit cautious, and I'm eternally grateful. Not really. Well, I can show it to you, but don't go in the damn room.
Yeah.
I really don't want to have to figure out how to get a soul back from inside of this thing, presumably.
So
Other than Teryx's.
the first one looks to be that was the first automatic door. Metal, very simple, opened up, and that was that. Like, not too much going on there. The second one, I believe, was also an automatic door, but one that just moved to one side. Not very smoothly either. The third one looked like the first, and then the fourth one was the double doors with the glass looking in on the hallway.
How far did you explore down this hallway? Just the first handful of doors?
Oh, about as far as I could get.
How long do we have in this place?
It probably varies. I'm trying to recall his name now, but
Wibbly wobbly.
there was another. Yeah, I wrote down Teryx's name, but not the other guy. But then he's the one who sent the letter. So I'm assuming that he's having more success than Teryx is in keeping track of how time is flowing.
All right.
I'm assuming everyone knows what I mean when I say the letter, and not just nodding along.
It was delivered on the boat right after you left Innsbruck. Daxius, you saw the letter being delivered by the coyote. You're muted.
This was a while ago. It rings a bell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just
Yes, I
not
believe
remembering
he
any
was-
details.
When we were on the boat,
I remember.
before.
I recall him complaining about being used as a messenger.
Hmm.
Something of the sort. At least the way you
Yeah.
described.
Well, he's been aware of things that are happening. To say our world sounds so pedantic, but in our world. So, without me telling him, he's, yeah.
Probably would be good to have a conversation with him then.
Right. Yeah, so kind of on the surface level, if it's between him and Teryx, I'd probably have to go with him, honestly, but I have no idea what the circumstance is going to be. I open up the second door. Is this the one?
With the vacuum.
No. No, that was the one that I was trying to point out, so...
No, that was the third one on the right. The last one was the one that you spoke with the other individual.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was gonna open, like, the next door in line just to show them, like...
Okay. Yeah, the second one, that's the first one that opens automatically, and you have to do that kind of awkward dance of, is it gonna open? Is it gonna open? And then it finally swings open, revealing... Yeah.
So, just to clarify, is this like an endless corridor of memories?
You don't know.
It might not be endless, but it definitely is as big as we can perceive.
The second one opens up on, that's the emergency room scene where there is somebody crashing on the surgical table, and somebody's...
Is this person
yeah.
also Ioun?
Yes.
This also Ioun?
Yeah, they are as well.
So these are very human places, but just replace the humans with Ioun people?
Not exactly. I'm not going into like a very deep description of like a lot of the world around it, but for creatures that are humanoid in shape, it's not an unreasonable comparison. Either way, this is probably the first place you've ever seen somebody being defibbed repeatedly, because the loop is very short. And it is very obvious that neither of the people, neither the doctor, the nurse, or the person on the operating table have any awareness.
Yeah, I kind of watched the defibrillator guy, like, interested.
Yeah, the body jerking up as
More like
electricity.
I'm watching the operator and what he's doing, and how I'm like, oh, he's barely doing, like, anything.
Oh,
And this is, oh.
the person lying down, yeah, no, he's not doing anything. You have no idea whose memory this is.
Yeah. No, I mean the defib operator.
Oh, the doctor.
I'm just, like, more, like, impressed where I'm, like, yeah, compared to, like, smashing on their chest and breathing in their mouth and everything, he's just like, boop-a-doop-a-doop, punk.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
Like I said, it's a very,
like,
very
oh.
short loop. Like, you have no idea what was happening before this or what happens after.
Yeah, and, I'm pretty sure it's the person on the table since I haven't gotten any of them to respond yet. Feel free to jump out if you didn't before, but you want to say something now.
No.
Nope.
What?
Okay.
What if
Yeah.
we leave the memory here?
What do you mean?
Don't think we have a choice.
The dream world, or this magic spell that lets us be here. What if we left in this memory?
Well, we just wake up.
So
I think.
all of these, I guess my thoughts are all of these memories are in one place rather than the Ioun Stone we have is the access point.
The memories are inside the Ioun Stone.
Mm-hmm. I think that they're perhaps proportional to the actual quantity of the... Actually, let's step out of here. I walk back out into the hallway once I'm finally like, okay, I'm just watching this guy die for like a couple minutes now, and now it's starting to bother me.
Like we're having a conversation, and it's like every 2 seconds.
It's clear.
Yep. It's literally, we're losing him. Clear. Bang. That's literally, it's like 5 seconds being repeated on infinitum.
Okay. That room pretty much sums up my concerns right here. So the actual, what I'm perceiving is amount of memory or something like that. It seems to be tied to amounts of maybe even chunks of these people that are in the iron. And so that might just be like the tiny bit that we pulled up out of the wall. I don't have a way of knowing if that's the one tiny thing that got put onto here and is new, or if it's the room that I don't want to show you. I will, but you better. Anyway, yeah. The main thing I'm concerned about is, what if we go through all of this to make this construct, and then they're just sort of like randomly swapped between, because that person is just like dying.
I see.
And so that it would just be working perfectly fine, then maybe turn to a personality of someone else who's not even aware of what's going on, so we have to explain it to them again. And then once we're done explaining it to them, they fall on the ground and play dead for however long. Which I think maybe even the shitty bar situation, there might be ups by comparison to have just stayed like that.
Oh, sorry.
I won't even lie. This is throwing my head for it.
It
Right.
almost seems... Well... Is there a person behind every door, or is it just... chunks of memory?
At least one. So I figure they're sort of maybe the person whose memory it is, if I can talk to them. But
All right.
It's a strange
well,
thought, but perhaps they're not as. I mean, obviously they're not as complete as the two you talked to, but maybe they are quite literally just a piece pulled out of time, out of memory, or someone's soul. Just I don't know.
mhm.
All of these
This-
moments seem to be very important in a more lethal way or otherwise. Perhaps it's strongest surviving memory of whatever essence was trapped in these stones or was making up these stones or something.
It does
The
sound
ones
to
that
be probable.
The larger chunks
I
are more complete, able to manifest more clearly.
Well, there's a few other
I can
things
see why
to
I'd say that.
In any case, I believe that this is an invaluable source of information on a world that perhaps is past, and perhaps part of it would be recaptured.
Right.
Look at how many memories there are. Imagine if there's a memory of a scientist inventing something, or
Yeah.
more insights
Even-
into this world.
Even just, well, as much as I wouldn't want to preserve someone who's not having a great time of things, the stuff that they're using, I wonder how much we could even learn from just observation alone.
Just that
if,
room back there, I could go in there, smash the thing that the person was using, look at it, and then do that 100 times and let it keep resetting and perhaps glean something from this device. Each of
Right.
these would have something like that.
Yeah, it's still where, I don't know, I just would have felt wrong to me. Especially to make, like, braces of armor. You see 50 of the downtown market.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah. So, let's see. What was in the next room?
The next one was similarly relatively unimpressive. It's a door that opens onto an alleyway scene where you watch as a
yes.
vehicle rushes by. At the end of the alleyway, a good maybe 100 feet down.
Oh, and this part's
stumbles-
especially lovely.
Somebody stumbles out of the back of one of the buildings that leads out onto the alleyway, crosses over, and pukes on the ground.
Wait for it.
And then it resets. Car
See,
goes
even
by,
Versus.
door opens, guy comes out,
Oh.
pukes.
So
Oh,
you remember what you said about
Oh, wait, it
all
didn't
these
reverse
memories
this
being
time.
important?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, these yeah, I guess they're short enough that they're reversing, but yeah.
Mm.
Which is just
Well,
great.
Yeah.
I did not need
Bit of
the
a-
image of reverse vomit. Jesus Christ.
There's
You know, I didn't try to tell you, like, everything that happened in here. I also figured it would be good if I didn't say, I'd almost died in my sleep. By the way, there are tiny people inside of a rock and a man throwing up in an alleyway.
Shit.
And then eating it,
Eating
kind
it?
of. Well, what else do you call that?
it's going the other way.
So the third one
but-
is the one on
yeah.
the right, and that's the one that yeah.
Yeah, I look at the rest of you and I'm like, you really? Okay.
We
Maybe
don't
you
have
should,
to.
stand way back.
I take a 15 feet worth of step back.
The door
like
opens.
I sidle up to the wall and I tap on the door and then I get away from it.
Yeah, the door opens and you look in on a room, metal entirely, floor, wall, ceiling. On the other side appears to be like some kind of door, and after about a few seconds, you watch the door rip open, going outwards. Everything within the room is yanked towards it, including people, who fly out into the blackness beyond, screaming the whole way. As soon as they pass that threshold, it's like noise stops existing. This goes on for maybe about 10 or 15 seconds before then reversing, resetting, and playing again.
Jesus fucking Christ. You said it was bad, but seeing it.
Yeah. I really don't know whose memory that is, for obvious reasons.
I toss a copper coin in there.
It gets sucked out.
Does it
No,
get
No,
lights
not-
back?
Oh, right.
Doesn't return.
Oh, right, this is just a dream. I thought you threw a real copper out there for a second.
Yeah.
What kind of... Fernix, you are poor!
Shut up!
Alright. So the last door is further down. It's actually a pretty decent walk. You get a good look at a lot of other doors that are along this hallway before reaching the final one, which definitely stands out. It is large. It is 2 large doors, glass inset with metal, and it looks in on a hallway, maybe about 50 feet long, very finely appointed, with a door at the far right. You watch as somebody stands up from a small desk right outside of that open doorway, walking towards you, and you watch the doors like slide open for the person, possibly female. She exits, but as soon as her figure hits the edge, like the threshold, she vanishes. The doors close.
I like the other room. Let's go to the third one.
No.
I can throw more copper in it and watch Fernix have a heart attack.
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
So this is where the other more cogent entity lives, right?
Mhm. Yes.
Alright.
Seems nice enough, but I don't recall if I got a name. Did I ask for a name?
You probably didn't.
I don't think I asked for his name. I also don't think he signed his letter.
I actually think he did.
Oh, he did.
Yes, right.
Hold on, let me pull up. Let me pull up my dream letter. I throw it into the third room. Damn it.
It's labeled. It's under letters and labeled tube letter.
Ah, yeah, it's been a while since tube letter.
Yeah.
Ah, Dorian. That's it.
All right.
Yes.
I
Which I'm
don't-
especially
I don't see
sad that
this.
I'm bad at remembering names
I
because
only
Dorian was
granted that to Fernix.
I see.
Dorian was kind of the only one who told me about anything in the first place. Here, I mean, I can try to show it to you, but like I don't remember exactly what it said. So there's just a bunch of like AI-looking fucking text on it that's
Oh.
not real.
Let me read it.
Gives you some blatantly
Okay.
false information.
It's
I
like
think it's a lie. That's what it says.
it's like, dear Fernix, I was very the last time you yours faithfully, Dorian. Can I?
So great to have a
give-
friend that is a wizard. Just,
Yes.
those AI like SI things. I don't know why people use them. It's just like so much just explicitly wrong information in there.
Yeah.
And then a lot of
Okay.
Republicans being like, "See, it confirmed what I said the one time. The AI knows."
So,
We like to get political here at Rough Rolling.
we do.
I'm sorry,
We're not
liberals do
bashing
that too.
cars and cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll walk in then.
Yeah.
Can I read the letter?
Yeah,
Oh.
I've made it an observer
It's,
for everybody.
Yeah, now it should be there.
Under letters?
Yes, under letters, under player documents, letters, tube letter.
I don't see it.
Second from the bottom.
Oh, hold on.
That's set as orders from me.
Oh, you're missing several
No, I
letters.
see
then.
it. Am I? Okay.
Yeah, I can see him.
Now,
Very
now
bottom
it's
for
at
me
the bottom
is-
for me.
Oh, well,
It might-
mine was also showing the skills for whatever reason, I guess. So
Because that's technically just
It
in
was this-
player documents.
you know.
Okay.
Everybody quietly reading.
Yeah.
The most interesting part of the podcast.
I mean, I guess I
Yeah.
can read it aloud if it makes sense for the podcast.
Why? I could.
I just finished.
It's already pretty late.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
You
it's
you head inside. It is much calmer and seemingly just nicer in here. It is plushly carpeted. There are fine pieces of art hanging off the walls. Things that even you can appreciate, like it's not just something unbelievably alien. When the door closes behind you, you're able to see through the glass in it that it looks out onto a rather large, almost like presidium, like a large open space. Kind of hallway-like, but not exactly what you just entered in from. You cross to the end of the hallway and are able to look into the office, where this is very, very finely decorated and furnished. Pedestal desk, bookcases filled with books of various sizes, colors, shapes. There are fine furniture leaned up against walls. There is a sitting area, and then perhaps the most interesting part, just besides the individual standing behind the pedestal desk looking out, is the wall of windows, out which it peers down on a planet. As in, high enough that you can see the horizon on both sides. The
What
individual
the fuck?
standing behind the desk is well dressed. He stands with all four of his arms folded behind his back, kind of bathed in the glow of the planet below. As you speak, Daxius, he just like slowly turns, like bluish eyes glowing, and looks to everybody and says, "Welcome back." And that's where we're gonna end this session.
All right. Good. I was like, hope it wouldn't be like, "Welp, see you next time." We wake up. Shit.
Porky
No.
Pig, that's all, folks.
It's all, folks. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. But we will be picking up on this conversation next time, as this is what I want to spend time on, as I believe this is the person that's going to provide you with a lot of information you need, or at least want. Want and need are not necessarily the same thing.
Fair.
So, we will, I guess you will all see us next time, this time next week. Thanks to those of you who have followed, thanks to those who have watched and tuned in. We always appreciate it as very small content creators. And I guess catch us on the next one. Good night.
Bye.
Peace.
See.